Your turn.
Christ is the only way we gon' get life you ain't never had. Freedom! Unless you in them strips steady reading, trying to pay off that price, I don't think they know. Freedom! Come from above in the name of his one and only son. Now that's true. Freedom! We can come under the blood. Tell me, are you free? Are you really at liberty? Do you really truly have peace? Or are you in denial? Living in deceit underneath all them fake smiles. Wonder why you keep having trials. Drowning in your debt as it piles. Wondering where my God at? I've been praying, but for some reason things ain't changing. So you gotta ask yourself, is that freedom? Wondering if he gon' come when you really need him? If it's a question, then you ain't been free. I suggest you pick the book up and read. I can do all things in Christ who strengthens me. I rebuke the devil who weakens me. See, the law just gives you the keys. It's your faith that truly sets you free. Freedom! Through Christ is the only way we gon' get life you ain't never had. Freedom! Unless you in the scripts daily reading, trying to pay off that price, I don't think they know. Freedom! Come from above in the name of his one and only son. Now that's true. Freedom! We can come under the blood. Now when I say hallelujah, I'll say yeah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. When I say hallelujah, I'll say yeah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Now when I say hallelujah, I'll say yeah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. When I say hallelujah, I'll say yeah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Now when I say all, y'all say praises. All praises. All praises. When I say all, y'all say praises. All praises. All praises. Now when I say all, y'all say praises. All praises. All praises. When I say all, y'all say praises. All praises. All praises.
Yeshua answered them, verily, verily, I say unto you, whosoever committeth sin is the servant of sin. And the servant abideth not in the house forever, but the Son abideth ever. If the Son therefore shall make you free, you shall be free indeed.
Only through the Son we free. That's why we pray without ceasing, constantly. That's how you get your mind right. Trust that. And in the midst of all the chaos, he gon' have your back. He gon' send the comforter just like a steady would. You just profess it out your mouth and don't have a doubt. You gotta walk like him if you wanna be free. You better pride and believe in Messiah. You'll see. Freedom! Through Christ is the only way we gon' get life you ain't never had. Freedom! Unless you in them scripts daily reading, trying to pay off that price, I don't think they know. Freedom! Come from above in the name of his one and only son. Now that's true. Freedom! We can come under the blood. Freedom! Through Christ is the only way we gon' get life you ain't never had. Freedom! Unless you in them scripts daily reading, trying to pay off that price, I don't think they know. Freedom! Come from above in the name of his one and only son. Now that's true. Freedom! When you come under the blood, come under the freedom. Through Christ is the only way we gon' get life you ain't never had. Freedom! Unless you in the scripts daily reading, trying to pay off that price, I don't think they know. Freedom! Come from above in the name of his one and only son. Now that's true. Freedom! Yeah, when you come under the blood, come under the blood. You only when you come under the blood. Yeah, you only when you come under the blood. Yeah, we gotta come under the blood. All praise to the God who comes under the blood.
Wise enough, never enough. Wise enough, never enough. Sick of myself, full of disgust. Dirt chasing dust, feeling this lust. Wise enough, never enough. Wise enough, never enough. I said I'm sick of myself, full of disgust. Dirt chasing dust, feeling this lust, man.
Battle with the man in the mirror, struggle trying to get my mind clearer. Look my head up to the ceiling, looking for an answer, then it hit me walking past my. Then they had to die in just because they were no lady. Man had to stress by expenses. Man, they were left so much now raised in the house so little. Looking over there money is the rule of all evil. But it's like my palm keep itching. One time, girl. But my life now is at a balance. They better start matching. Now I gotta live by my standards. Wouldn't satisfied with a plate that was handed with a spoon. It feeling like I took a knife and stabbed it. Cause I really get jealous. Still dream about the mansion of an LA. All the weather test drove off a park place. All the chicks seen at the club late nights. They won't wake up with me after daybreak. Our situation now make it heartache. Sometimes you gotta do what your heart say. And my girl say it's like she's playing catch up. It's messed up, she gotta learn the hard way. I ask myself, why do I feel so disgusting? And everything I walk, I feel like I got nothing. Why I wear myself hard just to keep it with the jump? It's kinda messed up when everybody's looking to judge you. When it's enough, it's enough. Tired of being sick of myself. Searching for the life I used to love. Never know how you cause death. To the roll the dice, touch your luck.
Why is enough? Never enough. Why is enough? Never enough. Sick of myself, full of disgust. Dirt chasing dust, feeling this lust. Why is enough? Never enough. Why is enough? Never enough. I said I'm sick of myself, full of disgust. Dirt chasing dust, feeling this lust.
Yeah. Let me tell you about stuff that I've been through. Some of this stuff that I didn't do. Some of this stuff that I did do. I'm cutting you up like a Ginsu. Who me? Yeah, I've been you. Been with the real since '02. Can't help it that they know to do. They choosing me while I'm choosing you. Playing this game with no rules. Real world versus road rules. Had one but I wanted you just to get up on you. Next day I don't know you. Next day you go back to. Then I'll go right back to my old life like everything is cool. I'm sedated, I'm so faded, I'm so gone. All my fears and my cheers, am I wrong? Got a girl, but still wanna cheat. Boy, that lust can take over me, especially in this Texas heat. But that lust, it will cost a fee. Yeah, the state got a monthly fee. If I don't pay, they will come for me. Think they sending girls after me, so I pay it. Do that for my baby. I know they hate me, Lord save me. I'm fighting them demons daily. Lord, getting that monkey out my back.
Why is enough? Never enough. Why is enough? Never enough. Sick of myself, full of disgust. Dirt chasing dust, feeling this lust. Why is enough? Never enough. Why is enough? Never enough. I said I'm sick of myself, full of disgust. Dirt chasing dust, feeling this lust. Don't save him, he don't want to be saved. Got 1 foot in the world and 1 foot in the grave. Every day is a hustle, he just trying to get paid. In this led to captivity, to the lust he a slave. And the worst thing about it, he don't even know it. He got a lot of feelings, he don't even show them. He was taught as a child to bury and keep in check. Go stand in the rain before you let him see you sweat. If that's the way that he was raised, that's the way he lives his life. If only one day he could change, but cannot change on his inside. So he the one that pays the price, or she the one that's in his life, and she only just wants his time. He is always on the grind. He won't even take the time to tell her she is on his mind. Even though that was the truth, she would think that he was lying. So she packed up, left him behind, looking for what she could not find. He is stuck, can't press rewind on what he had when he was blind. Why is enough? Never enough. Why is enough? Never enough. Sick of myself, full of disgust. Dirt chasing dust, feeling this lust. Why is enough? Never enough. Why is enough? Never enough. I said I'm sick of myself, full of disgust. Dirt chasing dust, feeling this lust, man.
Man, what? Dirt chasing dust, feeling this lust, man. Shabbat shalom, fam. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? How y'all doing? How y'all doing? It's good to see everybody in the chat, in the chat, in the chat, in the chat. Shabbat shalom. I'm your T, aka the Young Lion. I'm gonna let my brew introduce himself.
Corey Yahoo, aka Frontline Brew.
Hallelujah. And y'all see what we got. We got another chop session today. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. I know y'all saw the title and was like, ooh, what he gonna be talking about today? Y'all see what the title is. It's a chop session. You know what I'm saying? And as you see, the topics we gonna be covering today is the birds and the bees, abortions, and fornication. You know what I'm saying? This more so for the younger crowd. You know, and younger crowd, I mean 30 and under. You know what I'm saying? The younger crowd, 30 and under. That's what I mean. So this is who this for, and you know, especially for the youth. You know, this really for y'all because
teenagers.
Yeah, because we see all the hoopla going on in the news about the abortion laws and all this, and you know what I'm saying. I've been hearing a bunch of people talk about it, and it's just a bunch of political mumbo jumbo. But you know, people love to not go to the root of the problem. You know what I'm saying? People just rather stay on one or two layers of a situation and not really get down to the root of the problem. Everybody talking about, well, a woman should have the right to you know what I'm saying, do this and do that. How about she just start being more damn responsible sexually?
Right.
How about the men just start being more responsible sexually? You know what I'm saying? But, you know, I ain't heard a fuss, but what it is we hadn't had this, a lot of us hadn't had this talk, you know what I'm saying, about the birds and the bees. And it's the sex talk, you know what I'm saying? If anybody out there just wondering what the birds and the bees is, it's the sex talk, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of times it just stops at, don't bring no babies in our house with our people. You know what I'm saying? So now that the minds of the youngsters, they like, oh, okay, well, I'm gonna have sex. I just ain't gonna bring no babies in the house. Yeah. And then you don't even tell them, you don't even make them aware of, you know what I'm saying, the consequences that come along with it. Now they faced with a decision that they not even educated on. Now I gotta cover up my, you know what I'm saying, my sin by going to do this. Them babies in there hyped up. Like, girl, calm down.
When it was about the choices and the consequences from the start.
That and see, and then everybody want to hand out condoms and all that. Man, look, that's not what we supposed to be doing anyway. Because according to, you know what I'm saying, now if you not gonna live like an Israelite, then none of this applies to you. If you gonna go live like Babylon, then cut this off now and just go. You know what I'm saying? Go listen to some twerk music or something. Because if you gonna live by this, it only say married people supposed to have sex.
And like we discovered last, you know, Babylon all about the yes.
Yeah.
But the Most High, he telling you, no.
That's what I'm. Yeah. So it because it's only one type of bed that the scriptures say that he honors. The marriage bed.
Undefiled.
You know what I'm saying? So why aren't we teaching our children? Look, you don't need to be out here bumping and grinding anyway till you marry.
Anyway.
And we having all this casual sex, and we don't even let our children know. Look, the more you have sex, the more you have indiscriminate sex, I'm gonna say, the more trauma you accumulate. And I don't know what planet people have been living on, but nothing gets better with use. And I want you young men to take that and do with that information with what you will. And I want you young women to take that and do with that information with what you will. Don't nothing get better over time with use. Just marinate on that for a minute. Right? And these young men, y'all passing around trauma. And the young women, y'all just receiving it and carrying around, and then y'all passing it around. Want me to tell you how I know that the men pass around all the trauma? Because it's women that one way. One year I seen them. Then they get with certain men, and then they whole spirit just different.
You can tell when
you can tell when a young girl had sex because her whole demeanor changed.
Yeah.
And she started to take on the spirit of the guy that she dealing with. You can tell.
Yeah. And then the young men, you dress your securities up in money and flashiness. But a real man can see right through that, bro. You insecure. You insecure. That's take that money away, then see what you got.
Boy. Show you on the outside, nothing on the inside.
And you flashing all this money, then get mad when that's all a woman wants you for. You flashing all your body and rear end and breast, and then get mad. That's all a man wants you for.
Right.
Right. All attention, not good attention, y'all. Y'all need to learn this.
And you put on display what you're trying to advertise, what you're trying to give away or sell.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like we not focused at all. Like we just want to get out here and have fun and have all the sex we want and just, you know what I'm saying? Like that's just normal.
And that same thing Noah was speaking against in his day.
Yeah, man. That's
entertainment.
Like for real.
Fonication.
Like and I'm 29, so this ain't coming from no old head. This ain't nobody who ain't been out here who don't know what's going on. I know what's going on with the young generation. I am the young generation. You know what I'm saying? So it will behoove you to sit down, be quiet, and listen today.
Hallelujah.
Because you can clearly look at all your friends. You can clearly look at all your friends and see that they jacked up.
Look at themselves and see they jacked up.
Look at all the stuff they show us and sell to us. It's jacked up.
Let's get it, bro. Ecclesiastes chapter 1. We're gonna start this off in Ecclesiastes chapter 1. And we got some scriptures. We got about 40-some scriptures here, but we got a few articles we gonna read, and we got a video we gonna watch. It's through YouTube. If they flag it, to hell with them. We just gonna put the video. We just gonna redo the video. That's all we gonna do. But the truth need to be heard today because it's getting ridiculous, you know, and all this it shouldn't no Israelite woman be walking around talking about, oh, it's my body, I do what I want. No, that's not what our morals and principles say. That's not what it says. Why do I hear so many Israelite women parade that minds? That's a Babylonian ideology. That is not a Yah-like ideology.
Tell them again.
Romans 14:7-9, we're going to read it. It says, none of us live to ourselves. Whether we live or we die, we are the Lord's. For this cause Christ came to die so that he might become the God of the living and the dead.
Come on, man.
That means we was purchased.
Right.
We are a possession.
Bought with blood.
Come on.
All that pro-choice and then you got beta male simps running around. Yeah, man, men shouldn't be making laws about women's bodies.
What is it?
Boy.
So my daughter's growing up. I shouldn't have no say-so on what they do with their body.
What is it? Scripture.
It ain't in scriptures. But you got conscious Israelite around here talking like this.
I mean, they done bought into Babylon.
Yeah. Let's get it, Hebrew. But let's get it. Because I rent all day long.
Yeah, I understand.
Ecclesiastes chapter 1, pick it up at verse 1, Hebrew. Let me share the screen. Hold on. If y'all ready to rock and roll, drop some sevens up in there.
Yeah.
Let me make sure y'all with us today. Drop some sevens up in the room. Let me make sure y'all on y'all toes today.
Get that participation going.
I wish this was at the hotel because y'all know I love the discussion, and you know don't shy away from no questions either.
Hey, but that beta male attitude is what got the government now. Talking about when you can name your child a boy or girl.
Yeah.
They can't pick a gender till 3. What type of
child? And then you got children don't even know how to wipe their own rear end at 3, and you think they can tell you what they want to do sexually at 3. You can't tell me nothing.
It don't make no sense.
It makes perfect sense when you understand that when the king is wicked.
We're going to read that. We're going to read that.
You can't have a wicked kingdom without with the people in charge.
We're going to read that. We're going to read this. So let's get this, y'all. All right. That should be big enough. Let's get it. Ecclesiastes 1:1. Pick it up at verse 1, Hebrew.
And it reads,
yeah.
The words of the preacher,
the
son of David, king in Jerusalem. Vanity of vanity, saith the preacher.
Let's stop right there. Y'all know Bible study. We looking at words up in here.
Yeah.
Vanity. That's the first one out the box. All right. That's H1892. We all know what it means, but let's look. Vanity of vanities. All is vanity. Vapor, breath, vapor, vanity, vainly. Strong's definitions. Think about it. Emptiness or vanity. Figuratively, something transitory and unsatisfactory. Often used as an averb, altogether vain, vanity. Think about a vapor. Can you catch a vapor with your hand?
Think about eating a vapor. Can you be satisfied?
Nope.
Boy.
Nope. Go ahead, Hebrew.
It says, vanity of vanity, saith the preacher. Vanity of vanities. All is vanity. What profit have a man of all his labor, which he taketh under the sun?
All right, so remember now, this is from the perspective of somebody who had everything you wish to have in Babylon today. And he said, all is vanity.
Oh.
He said all of it. And when you see vanity of vanities, when you see a phrase like that in the Hebrew, it's to express the ultimate or intensity of something. Vanity of vanity, holies of holies, king of kings.
To amplify.
To amplify. So life is the biggest vanity of them all, because that's what he's talking about. This life we live in is the biggest nothingness you can ever think of. Right? Go ahead.
Hallelujah. It says, one generation passes away, and another generation cometh, but the earth abideth forever.
Yeah.
The sun also arises, and the sun goeth down, and hasten to the place where he arose. The wind goeth toward the south, and turneth about unto the north, and it whirleth about continually, and the wind returneth again according to his circuit.
So far we got this life is filled with labor. It's all vanity. You know what I'm saying? And what dividends really does all your labor in this life pay? Because once you dead, that's it.
You're gone.
So all the money you stack up, all the women you sleep with, all the dudes you done slept with and got money out of, when you dead, what good is that gonna do you? What good is that gonna do your children? What good is that gonna do your soul? Go ahead, Hebrew.
Verse 7.
Yeah.
All the rivers run into the sea, yet the sea is not full. Unto the place from whence the rivers come, thither they return again. And all things are full of labor. Man cannot utter it. The eye is not satisfied with sin.
The eye is not what?
Satisfied with sin.
You see that? So the more the more you see in this life, the more you gonna want to see. Right? So I can't wait till I'm a millionaire. Then you get a millionaire. Oh, I ain't satisfied. I want a million, another million. I'm gonna get me a wife. Then you get you a wife. Oh, I want me another wife. Then you get you. Oh, I want me no, bro. Chill. The eye is not satisfied with sin. Go ahead.
It says, nor the ear filled with hearing.
Right.
The thing that have been, it is that which shall be. And that which is done is that which shall be done.
Right.
And there is no new thing under the sun.
Right. So listen to your elders, listen to your big brothers and your big sisters. Y'all don't know nothing. Respectfully, y'all don't know nothing.
Not anything.
Y'all want to get out here and have sex, then want to hide a pregnancy. You wasn't ready to have sex.
Sure wasn't ready to take care of another person.
Because you can't take care of yourself.
You want to talk to woman, go get the plan B. Boy, you wasn't ready. Sit down somewhere.
Insatiable appetites.
Go ahead, Hebrew.
Is there anything whereof it may be said, see, this is new? It have been already of old times.
Yeah, stop blowing your parents off like they don't know the game. They'd have been around this block 5, 10, 15 more times than you have.
Mm-hmm.
And then if they don't know nothing else, this is what they know right here. Is there anything whereof it may be said, see, this is new?
Mm.
It have been already of old time, which was before us, which was before them. How you think they know it so well? Go ahead, Hebrew.
There is no remembrance of former things, neither shall there be any remembrance of things that are to come with those that shall come after. And I, the preacher, was king over Jerusalem. Was king over Israel in Jerusalem.
Uh-huh.
And I gave my heart to seek and search out by wisdom concerning all things that are done under the sun. Under heaven.
Yeah.
This sore travail have God given to the sons of men to be exercised therewith. I have seen all the works that are done under the sun.
All the works, even the stuff that excites you,
the skin flapping.
The skin flapping. You know what I'm saying? The skin showing, the twerking. All that. He said all of it. Look, it don't go no further than under the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Once it's gone, it's gone.
Done away.
So all the pleasures that come with it. Look, you doing all this for moments. I can't even call it a 30-second feeling.
Moments.
It ain't even 30 seconds.
Moments.
I'm just being honest. And we put our soul on the line for that.
On the line every day, multiple times a day. Chasing that, you know what, that feeling.
It like the feeling lasts about 5 to 10 seconds. And you're going to put your soul on the line constantly for that. You're going to put your health on the line. You're going to put your mental stability on the line for that. Okay.
And every time you see it or do it, you want to do it again.
Because why? Because the eyes is not satisfied with seeing and the ears is not satisfied with hearing. Go ahead. So you chasing the wind. You chasing the wind. You all that pleasure, you ain't gonna be satisfied. You just gonna want more and more and more and more.
Like a crack fiend.
Like a crack fiend.
Unsatisfied.
Go ahead, read to 15, Hebrew.
It says, and behold, all is vanity and vexation of spirit. That which is crooked cannot be made straight. And that which is waiting cannot be numbered.
Yeah. All right, let's go to Ecclesiastes chapter 11. We're going to read verses 9 and 10.
Yeah.
Ecclesiastes 11, verses 9 and 10. Ecclesiastes chapter 11, verse 9 and 10. Go ahead, Hebrew.
And it reads,
yeah.
Rejoice, O young man, in thy youth, and let thy heart cheer thee in the days of thy youth, and walk in the ways of thine heart, and in the sight of thine eyes. But know thou that for all these things God will bring thee into judgment.
You see what he said? He said, rejoice, O young man, O woman, in your youth, and let your heart cheer thee in the days of your youth. Walk in the ways of thine heart. Ooh, I want to go get 3 degrees. All praises. Go get your degree, but don't let that become who you are. Don't let that become who you are. I wanna go, you know what I'm saying, go act or go play football. Okay, all praises. You in your youth. Walk out the, you know what I'm saying? But remember, make sure what you're doing ain't going against the Most High.
Come on, man.
Yeah. Make sure your choices and the consequences ain't lining up.
Facts. Make sure it's not going against the Most High. I want to have fun. Make sure it ain't reckless, sinful fun. Cause see, this ain't what Babylon's are gonna tell you. Just go run amok. Don't worry about no God, no judgment. But what our principles say is, yes, and when you in your youth, enjoy yourself. Walk in the ways of your heart as long as it's righteous. He said, but remember, always remember the judgment.
Mm-hmm.
So don't get out here acting crazy.
Don't get carried away.
Right. Verse 10.
Therefore remove sorrow from thy heart
Uh-huh.
and put away evil from thy flesh.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
For childhood and youth are vanity.
Now that's totally opposite from what we told her in Babylon. When the last time a person in Babylon told you that childhood and youth is worthless, is nothing, it's emptiness? What they tell you here in Babylon, oh, this is the time for you to have fun. This is the time for you to go live it up. And we all know what they mean by live it up and have fun. We all know what that means.
They even tell you just live for today.
Yep.
Seize the day.
Yeah. And this whole society is against the idea of restraint. Just do it. You make your own rules. Phrases like that.
Do what you feel.
It's my prerogative.
Yeah.
It's your thing.
Do what you want to do. You can't tell. I can't tell you who to sock it to.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Boy, that's
like the little musty girl had a little song, little musty looking girl.
Oh man.
I was just
That's all
gonna
she
say,
talking about.
y'all just was going over some of the good songs. I'm talking about the back in the day songs.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
ain't even talking about what he supposed to be.
Let's go to Lamentations chapter 3. Let's read verse 27.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Lamentations chapter 3. They're gonna tell you in Babylon, hey, this is the time for you to, you know what I'm saying, live it up. Live it up. And then look at how jaded. How are y'all so jaded and fed up with the opposite gender at such a young age? You know how ran down y'all had to be 20 and already sick of women? You know how ran through mentally or physically you have to be sick of men at 19?
Roll hard, put up with, bro.
What are y'all doing?
Roll hard.
I'm seeing 23, 25-year-old, I ain't gonna never get married. I can't do it. I'm sick of these niggas. Baby, you 23 years old. What are you talking about?
Man,
How many men have you dealt with at 23? Man, I'm sick of these hoes. Boy, you 21. Why you dealing with whores at 21 anyway?
That's all that is, baby. That's what Babylon
That's crazy.
Babylon has cultivated a whorish society.
How y'all so fed up already? You ain't even lived life yet. You know how many. I'm trying to keep this PG 13. Mm-hmm. I'm just gonna have to cut down on my commentary. That's what I'm gonna have to do. Lamentations chapter 3.
Tell me what you want to say.
Lamentations.
Yeah, pass that note.
Lamentations chapter 3.
So, bro, let him get it out for you.
Read 27 through 30. Yeah, 27 through 30 look good right there. Let me see. Right after Jeremiah.
You said read chapter what?
Chapter 3, start at verse 27. Little sister Francesca said, ran through and ran down. Water said 100 plus bodies and 20 something. Lord.
Oh my God. Well, that ain't
Woo.
boy.
Woo-wee.
Man. Whatever.
Like a paper sack.
Man.
Yeah. And it gets to the point to where
how you
now
gonna own something that's been used over 100 times?
And then want you to give her your best.
God.
Then you want somebody to give you their best they got.
And that's what I'm saying.
And you look like a wet paper sack.
I mean, we don't even go buy car tires that's been through 100 people.
Thank you.
And you young men just
sorry.
Oh my
Just
God.
sorry.
Y'all just
sorry.
Running from house to house, making babies.
No responsibility.
And then the women, you know this Negro got 3 different kids, 3 different baby mamas. Why would you want to become the 4th?
Can I tell you one time?
Yeah.
See, can I tell you what?
Yeah, now, yeah, you go ahead.
See, I'm gonna tell you what the problem is. See, here's the whole thing of another shit. We've trained our men, our boys to be pimps and players. We've trained our daughters to accept less than mediocrity.
Mm-hmm.
And see what she think being the 4-1, she think what she got between her legs is made out of gold or got a cape hanging out of it, and he gonna fall for it.
Mm-hmm.
And you just become another body count, and he just become another body count.
Yeah.
The mindset of promiscuity is running rampant in our neighborhood, and we think this is the way of life.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about it though. We're gonna talk about it. Go ahead, Hebrew.
Yeah, it's the spirit of life.
Lamentations chapter 3. Let's pick it up. Let's pick up the pace a little bit. Go ahead.
Verse chapter 3, verse what?
27.
And it reads, if it is good for a man that he bear the yoke in his youth.
You see that? He said it is good for a man to bear the yoke of what? This right here. This right here. He said it's good for you to do this in your youth. Go ahead.
He sitteth alone and keepeth silence.
Yeah.
Because he have borne it upon him. He putteth his mouth in the dust. If so be there may be hope. He giveth his cheek to him that smiteth him.
You see that? It's talking about he taking whatever comes with this walk at a young age. He's sitting there in silence and he taking it. Mm-hmm. When you silence, that shows you accept whatever, you know what I'm saying, is going on. It said he bare the yoke in his youth, he keepeth silence because he have borne it upon him. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
It says, he giveth his cheek to him that smiteth him. He is filled full with reproach.
Yeah.
For the Lord will not cast off forever.
Mm-hmm. So that's the one who's smiting him. Right? He said, hey, he ain't gonna cast off forever. He said, but it's good that you do this in your youth. Babylon not telling you that.
But remember the judgment.
They telling you go have all the sex you want to have, make all the money any type of way you want to make it. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Get your, they telling the women, get your prime years to your job in Babylon, excuse me. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? They telling the men, hey, become a high value man so you can get all the women.
Yeah.
That's the new thing now, become a high value alpha male.
Even the commercials.
You know what I'm saying? Now it got brothers out here thinking if they ain't making 6 figures, they not worthy of nothing.
Right. So they doing it and everything to get that.
Yeah.
Change their priority.
The men didn't attach their worth to the dollar. The women didn't attach their worth to the degrees.
Yep. And everybody didn't attach their worth to their body part.
Yep.
And Babylon ain't even telling them about no judge.
Next spot. Yes, sir. Next spot, Revelation 17. They ain't. Why would they do it? Why would Babylon do that? Because they got to prophesy that, hey, the ones that's telling them we gonna die with y'all too. Mm-hmm. Revelation 17, 1-5. When you get it, go ahead.
And it reads, and there came one of the 7 angels, which had the 7 vials, and talking with me, saying unto me, come hither. I will show unto thee the judgment of the great whore.
You see that? This is the great whore. This is, hold on, let me get to the right spot. 17. All right, boom. All right, so now we're looking at the great whore. Why are we going here? Because this is what you see now. This is where you living at.
Mm-hmm. That great whore that sitteth upon many walls.
Everybody then rock with it. And when you look around, every woman, I ain't gonna say every woman, the Babylonian woman acts just like this woman, takes on the same mindset of this woman. Mm-hmm. Her mother, her mammy. Mm. Go ahead.
With whom the kings of the earth have committed fornications, and the inhabitants of the earth have been made drunk with the wine of her fornication.
You see that? Fornication. Mm-hmm. That's what this woman all about. She a whore. Man, and where is Babylon? It's a worldwide system, but the main headquarters, you sitting right in it if you in the United States of America.
Yes, sir.
Mm. And ain't whoredom running rampant in the United States?
Yeah. Go ahead. Verse 3.
Verse 3. So he carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness, and I saw a woman sitting upon a scarlet-colored beast, full of names of blasphemy, having 7 heads and 10 horns. And the woman was arrayed in purple and scarlet color, and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls, having a golden cup in her hand.
Is that not the typical Babylonian woman today?
Mm-hmm.
Fly clothes, fly jewelry, beautiful, but got a cup full of abominations in her hand.
Dead on the inside.
That's the man too.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Hebrew.
Full of abominations and filthiness of her fornication. And upon her forehead was a name written, Mystery, Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots.
See that? Revelation 18.
And abominations of the earth.
Revelation 18, verse 1.
Come on now.
And it reads, Babylon is and after these things, I saw another angel come down from heaven, having great power, and the earth was lightened with his glory.
Right.
And he cried mightily with a strong voice, saying, Babylon the Great is fallen and is become the habitation of devils.
So all the pleasure, all the satisfaction that come with what you doing is slowly fleeting. That's why Solomon said all is vanity, because eventually everything under the sun is going to come to this right here. Go ahead. He said it's fallen and it's become the habitation of devils and the whole of every foul spirit and in the cage of every unclean and hateful bird. Look, why would you want to constantly be on the scene in a place like this?
Unclean and hateful.
And you see, the youth nowadays think this stuff is so outdated and none of it won't work. Well, you tell me what's been working for us then. Yeah. Tell me what's been working for us, because see, the way I look at it, I'm looking at statistics, I'm looking at the news, and I'm looking at these scripts. I'm seeing how our women are high in number and being snatched up, being raped, being molested. But why though? You look at today's times. The women is always outside, always on social media, half dressed, always out in the open,
half dressed.
Look, got to be seen.
Our women were kept up in the house.
Got to be seen today.
If we stuck to that, would our women be lead in women being snatched up?
Not at all.
But this is outdated though. This is, y'all don't want to hear none of this though until it happened to you.
That's right. Come on now.
I know a sister out in California whose sister was just snatched up. The only way her father and her family found out about it was because they got a ticket in the mail. The traffic, they take the traffic light ticket. They got a ticket in the mail, and they saw her car on the ticket, and a dude was driving her car. That's the only way they found out. And the daddy ended up finding the house. Can you believe a little girl came to the door with her face slashed and when the girl heard her daddy's voice, she was so hysterical, she came down screaming and hollering and all that. But you think this type of stuff cannot happen to you? Yes, it can. It can, especially if your parents done taught you this word and you out here doing otherwise. Hey, it ain't. Look, The Most High gonna hold you to a standard when you come in this thing young. He deal with people in the scriptures at a young age. What make you think he won't crack your head for being disobedient and you know better at a young age?
You know better.
I'm just scared and all this stuff happening to women, and then y'all try to pull the slowest argument that well, it shouldn't matter what a woman have on.
Yes.
Oh, we do.
BS.
So we just should not. We should just act like there's not predators out here. If you cannot rationalize with the mind of a predator. That's what I'm trying to say.
No.
A man who's not a predator can see a butt naked woman run down the street and he gonna look, and that's all he gonna do. A predator don't care.
By any means necessary.
Hell, and y'all saying, well, it's just clothes. No, it's not. You communicate with fashion. Why you think they say you making a fashion statement?
Right.
What signals are you? It's just nonverbal communication is all it is.
You showing all your body parts, man.
So what are you saying when you do that?
Thank you.
Here.
These are for sale. These are for hire. This is what I'm advertising.
And this is what I'm saying. When y'all use that argument, woman should look. Okay, a woman can wear what she want to wear. Okay, but you cannot control how a predator internalizes what she got on.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand.
You can catch a brother that may not be a predator at a moment of weakness if you look good enough to it.
Right.
He can be in a moment of weakness.
Right.
And you look good enough to him. What you think he gonna say or do? He gonna approach you. You got all your wares out.
Your wares.
But see, this is the thing. They think because they saying, well, I'm putting this on for me. They think everybody gonna take it like that.
You lying anyway. Why are you putting all that tight stuff on? You just putting it on for you. You know what you look like undressed. Stop lying.
Right. You bathe yourself.
I mean, why we can't even be real with ourselves?
For sure.
You putting it on for attention, man.
Dang.
And when you get the wrong attention that you don't want,
then you offend.
Now you
See, that's the thing. Y'all want the attention, but hey, you get good and bad. All attention ain't good attention. Go ahead, Hebrew.
It says in verse 3, for all nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her fornication, and the kings of the earth have committed fornication with her. And the merchants of the earth are waxing rich through the abundance of her delicacies. And I heard another voice from heaven saying, come out of her, my people.
You see that? Come out of her, my people. That's not always talking about getting somewhere, going up and moving. That's talking about mindset first.
Mm-hmm.
We cannot take the mindset we got here
to
Jerusalem and think it's gonna work out. When they say come out of her, all these little ideologies, we pro-choice and it's my body and on to the next one, and you know what I'm saying? It's all this. Look, that's what it's talking about.
It's telling you come out of any other thinking.
Yes, come out of it.
You gotta get over it. Got to.
Y'all people sit up here and talking about abortions like they can't be avoided. Yes, the hell they can.
Right.
Then they sit up there and use the rape scenario like that's everybody's case.
Right.
Everybody ain't no damn rape victim that had to have an abortion.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Let's be honest. A lot of this is just out of convenience because you don't want to step up to the plate.
Right. Plan B ain't one for no rape.
Nope.
Plan B ain't for rape. Why you selling it in the store?
Right.
Why you selling Plan B in the store then? If it's all about the rape.
I ain't look.
Stop playing, man.
Go ahead, Hebrew.
It says, come out of her, my people, that you be not partakers of her sin, and that you receive not of her plagues. Mm-hmm. For her sins have reached unto heaven.
But y'all love this place, though, and they sins that reached up to heaven. Come on, man. They stank and reached all the way up to Yah's and Yeshua's nose.
Speak on.
But y'all love this, though. Y'all love this, though.
This is where your heart is.
The place where it ain't gonna take but 1 hour to smoke out.
That's all
it's gonna take is 1 hour to smoke out.
He gonna kill it out.
Go ahead, Hebrew.
It says, and God have remembered her iniquities. Reward her even as she rewarded you.
Look, it said he didn't remember her, but it said he didn't forgot ours. Mm-hmm. And you want to roll with that side? No. Okay, go ahead. Now keep rolling. Go ahead. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Go ahead.
Reward her even as she rewarded you. And double unto her, double according to her works. In the cup which she have filled to her double. How much she have glorified herself and lived deliciously. So much torment and sorrow give her, for she have in her heart. It says, I sit a queen and am no widow, and shall see no
That's not
sorrow.
our women today.
I'm a diva.
Oh,
I'm a bad bee.
what mindset they
I'm
took?
queen bee.
Yeah, you sound just like your mammy too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Want the jewels, want the delicacies, want all that, and
Boy,
then feel entitled.
Well, this script ain't hitting like shit today.
Man.
And then look, now we got two perspectives. We got the perspective of a man that had it all and said it ain't nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Then we got a perspective of a woman, the place personified as a woman that got it all, and she puffed herself up, lived recklessly. I mean, which sides y'all gonna choose? You know what I'm saying? Babylon look cool.
Mm-hmm. Come on now.
But it say the Lord ain't gonna forget their sins.
Boy.
But on the righteous side, he said, look, I done made Israel's sins white as snow.
That's what I want. That's what I need.
Go ahead, Hebrew.
Boy, that unspotted gone.
Keep reading. Read all the way down to 25. Read on now.
It says, therefore shall her plagues come in one day, death and mourning and famine, and she shall be utterly burnt with fire. For strong is the Lord God who judges her.
Yeah.
And the kings of the earth who have committed fornications and lived deliciously with her shall bewail her and lament for her when they shall see the smoke of her burning.
Yes, sir.
Stand afar off for the fear of her torment, saying, alas, alas, that great city Babylon, that mighty city, for in 1 hour is thy judgment come. And the merchants of the earth shall weep and mourn over her, for no man buys their merchandise anymore.
Right, no more Gucci, no more Louis, no more Givenchy, red bottoms, and all that. All that stuff you young little Negroes like to brag about, it's coming to an end, bro.
Yes, sir.
It's fleeting. Go ahead.
The merchandise of gold and silver and precious stones and of pearls and fine linen and purple and silk and scarlet and all thine wood and all manner of vessels in Europe and all manner of vessels of most precious wood and of brass and iron and marble. And what's the word?
Cinnamon. Yes, yes, cinnamon. You at the beginning of 13?
Yeah. And cinnamon and odors and ointments and frankincense and wine and oil and fine flour and wheat and beasts and sheep and horses and chariots and slaves and souls of men.
Yeah.
And the fruits that thy soul lusted after are departed from thee.
Everything that you chase in this place today is leaving. Go ahead.
And all things which were dainty and goodly are departed from thee, and thou shalt find them no more at all.
Yeah.
The merchants of these things which were made rich by her shall stand afar off for the fear of her torment, weeping and wailing.
And then that's what's gonna be so crazy about it. You ain't gonna want none of that when they come down. So why is you even partaking in it? Look, everybody that partook in it, they standing afar off while it's burning.
Look.
Go ahead.
And saying, alas, alas, that great city that was clothed in fine linen and purple and scarlet and decked with gold and precious stones and pearls. For in 1 hour, so great riches is come to naught. And every shipmaster and all the company in ships and sailors and as many as trade by sea stood afar off and cried when they saw the smoke of her burning, saying, what city is like unto this great city? And they cast dust on their heads and cried, weeping and wailing, saying, alas, alas, that great city whereon were made rich all that bad ships in the sea by reason of her coastline. For in 1 hour is she made desolate.
1 hour.
Rejoice over her, thou heaven, and ye holy apostles and prophets, for God have avenged you on her. And a mighty angel took up a stone like a great millstone and cast it into the sea, saying, thus with violence shall that great city Babylon be thrown down.
Man, with a sweet game of patty cake.
With violence.
With kisses, hugs, and
soft talk.
Valentine's Day cards.
With violence
Woo!
shall that great city Babylon be thrown down, and shall be found no more at all. And the voices of harpers,
All your Jay-Z's,
and musicians,
Beyonce's,
and of pipers,
all this demonic ass music that y'all, this youth loves in Babylon. Go ahead.
and trumpeters shall be heard no more at all in thee.
Yeah, all that's gone. Go ahead.
And no craftsman of whatsoever craft he be shall be found any more in thee. And the sound of a millstone shall be heard no more at all in thee.
Uh-huh.
And the light of the candle shall shine no more at all in thee. And the voice of the bridegroom,
The voice of the bridegroom.
and of the bride,
Yeah, all the young men and the women that was supposed to have been getting married in Babylon. Guess what? Guess what had happened to you? Your candle out.
None.
Come on,
Your voice is heard no more.
no more
You-
at all.
You wanted to act like a Babylonian, you finna have a Babylonian judgment. Your voice gonna be heard no more at all. Go ahead, bro.
For thy merchants were the great men of the earth, and for by thy sorceries were all nations deceived.
Mm.
And in her was found the blood of the prophets,
Yeah.
and of saints, and of all that were slain upon the earth.
All right, Sirach chapter 10 and 2. Let's go there. Sirach chapter 10, verse 2.
Hallelujah.
Sirach chapter 10, verse 2. Let me put that up on the screen for y'all. I'm sorry.
Say come out of her foot. Man, boy, wrath gonna come down on me.
I'm sorry, family. Hold on.
Boy, all this stuff in Babylon, boy. We be
Yeah,
stuck
I
in
can't-
traffic
I
more than an hour some days, man.
Facts. All right, let's get it. Sirach 10 and 2, one verse. Go ahead.
And it reads, as the judge of the people is himself,
Yeah.
so are his so are his officers.
Uh-huh.
And what manner of man the ruler of the city is, such are all they that dwelleth therein.
Such are all they that dwell therein.
Come on, man.
Yeah. Most of your leaders is faggots.
Yep.
So most of your men gonna be faggots.
Yep.
Most of your women that's glorified in the media is whores. So guess what? Most of your women running around gonna be
That's right, bro.
whores.
Tell it.
True.
Plain and simple.
True.
And who's running this place? Babylon. The woman that's riding up on the beast, and she's a whore. So it shouldn't be no surprise that that's how majority of the women here act.
Yeah. That's right. It should be no surprise that you can't turn to the left or right and see something about pride month or pride this. If the people in power are buttocks burglars, everybody gonna fall in line. Cause that's the rule and opinion of subjection of the day.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Next spot, Isaiah 59, verse 15. So you might hear all that. You might say, "Hi, young lion. I think I'm gonna get it together and do right." Okay, then. Well, just know this right here. If that's what you decide to do, understand this right here. Isaiah 59 and 15, because it's coming.
Isaiah chapter 59.
Yep.
You say verse 15.
Uh-huh.
And it reads, yea, truth faileth, and he that depart from evil maketh himself a prey.
Understand that's what you're gonna go through when you young and not going in the ways of Babylon. You make yourself a prey. Oh, that nigga so lame. That nigga still a virgin.
Mm-hmm.
So what? I still got my mental.
Yeah.
You see that? Oh, she's so lame. She ain't trying to smash nothing, bro. On to the next. Bye, nigga. I tell my young sisters all the time, as long as y'all ain't engaged and you ain't slept with that man the ball in your court, you had a right to any time to pick up and say, I don't have to deal with this. Deuces.
Right.
Deuces.
Mm-hmm.
But the minute you sleep with that man, you tie mama hands, daddy hand. They can't do nothing if something pop off now.
Choices you made.
Because of the choices you made. So I want my young sisters to understand that. Right where we at? That was it on that?
It says, and the Lord saw it, and it displeased him that there was no judgment.
That was verse 15. That was 15, it. Exodus 20 and 12. Exodus 20 and 12. This is your first line of duty as a child, as a youth coming up in this thing. Not to go explore your sexuality. No, not none of that. That's weird Babylonian stuff right there. I'm gonna land you in the lake of fire. Exodus 20 and 12. Go ahead, Hebrew.
And it reads, honor thy father and thy mother.
Uh-oh. Hold on, let me share the screen. My bad. Honor thy father and thy mother. Go ahead.
That thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Okay, so he said, honor thy father and thy mother. Mm-hmm. He said that the days may be short or long.
May be long.
Okay, upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth you. Mm-hmm. Let's go to Genesis chapter 2. Let's look at something real quick. Let's point out something.
So don't betray your parents.
Facts. When we know before the fall, there was a pattern with Adam of obedience, right? Mm-hmm. So let's go look at it real quick. Genesis chapter 2. Genesis chapter 2, and we're going to read verses 7 through 9. And then we're going to skip down. Yeah, we're going to skip down to 15. So we just read what the first duty of a youth is in this thing. Mm-hmm. And that's to honor father and mother. Do everything they tell you to do. All right? Let's look at Adam. Genesis chapter 2, verse 7. Go ahead.
And it reads, and the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground, mm-hmm. and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life. Mm-hmm. And man became a living soul. And the Lord God planted a garden east in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed. Mm-hmm. And out of the ground made the Lord God to grow every green tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food. The tree of life also in the midst of the garden, mm-hmm. and the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
See, right here we see Adam. Adam was obedient at this point. He was doing everything that was commanded of his father. Now, this is what I went here for, because I want you young brothers to notice something right here. Notice Adam, one word about no woman until after he had done everything he was told by his father. Notice Adam had a house that he had in order.
A job he was doing.
A job he was doing.
A job.
He was on his purpose, which was being completely obedient to his father before he was worried about a woman. Why are you Negroes ain't got two nickels to rub together talking about where the women at? Why is you on the scene looking for women?
First thing.
You can't take care of themselves.
You're not even on your purpose as a young Israelite man, and that is to be obedient to your parents and to the Most High. Mm. That's your purpose as a young man. This was Adam's purpose. He didn't say, okay, Lord, before you give me all them rules, where the woman at?
Yeah, where them butt naked women at?
You know what I'm saying? He was on his job, on his purpose. Then he started looking for a woman.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Hebrew. Now skip down to 15. Read 15 through 17. Go ahead.
And it reads, and the Lord God took the man and put him in the garden of Eden to dress it and to keep it. Mm-hmm. And the Lord God commanded the man, saying, of every tree of the garden thou mayest freely eat, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil thou shalt not eat of it. For in that day that thou eatest thereof, thou shalt surely die.
All right, let's go to Jubilees chapter 3 real quick. Mm-hmm. Let's go to Jubilees chapter 3. So, so at that point, Adam was obedient. He like, okay, yeah. staying away from that tree. He was in, I believe, one spot was that Life of Adam and Eve said they was in the garden for what?
It was 7 years.
Right, yeah,
right before 7.
Right before 7, it was something like that. Yeah, it was something like that. So he was doing all he was supposed to be doing before he even thought about a woman.
Yeah. Keeping the garden, tending to it.
So there's an order to it.
It's an order to it.
There's certain things a way you got to go about before you even start looking for a woman.
That's right. Be on your purpose first, and what is your purpose? Right. Listening to the commands of the Most High and your parents.
Come on, man.
So even life got a process.
Even life got it, bro. And see, this is what I noticed about women. When you're not chasing women, that's when you attract women. When you own your purpose, they love that. I didn't even see this happen. I didn't even see this situation happen. Dude was on this so-called, he according to the world standards, he was on this purpose. Right. He was on this purpose. Got with this girl, you know what I'm saying? She started complaining about not spending enough time together. So he stopped being as consistently on his purpose. She left him for a man that
was on his purpose.
Yeah, making that money.
So the whole thing, young men, stay on your purpose. Cause like my pops used to always tell me, the women gonna be there.
Yeah.
They gonna be there. You ain't missing nothing. When you in your 20s, use your 20s to get strong in his word, get your body strong, keep your body healthy, and get your money. It ain't nothing wrong with that. Use your 20s for that.
Right.
Like you said, get strong in his word, then get your body healthy.
And it ain't nothing wrong with getting your money.
Nope.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
As long as it don't become an idol.
That's right. That's right. All right. We in Jubilees chapter 3, read verses 1 through 3. 1 through 3.
And it reads, in the 6th day of the 2nd week, by the word of the Lord, we brought to Adam all of the beasts.
Chapter 3, 6, 1 through 3. Jubilees chapter 3, 1 through 3. Go ahead. I'm sorry, the page number, y'all, this is pseudo volume 2, and the page number is page 58. All right, go ahead.
And all of the cattle, and all of the birds, and everything that moves on the earth, and everything which moves in the water, each one according to his kind, and each one according to to his likeness. The beast of the 1st day, and the cattle on the 2nd day, and the birds on the 3rd day, and everything which moves upon the earth on the 4th day. And whatever moves in the water on the 5th day. And Adam named all of them, each one according to his name, and whatever he called them became their names. And during these 5 days, Adam was observing all of these, male and female, according to every kind which was on the earth. But he was alone, and there was none whom he found for himself, who was like himself, who would help him.
You see that? He wasn't worried about that until after he had done all that was asked of him. So if you know you done been disobedient, you should not be looking for a woman. You ain't, and the one you want ain't gonna get sent to you if you've been disobedient anyway, because a wicked woman was made for a wicked man.
That's his portion.
So your first line of business as a young Hebrew and Shebrew in this thing, I need to get obedient to my parents. Establish a consistent pattern of obedience in this household to my parents and to the word of the Most High. Because nothing else is going to fall in place until you do that. I'm here to tell you from experience. Ephesians 6, 1 through 4. Ephesians 6, 1 through 4. I'm gonna go and pick it up, Hebrew.
Go ahead.
It says, children, obey your parents in the Lord, for this is right.
Mm-hmm.
It says, honor thy father and thy mother. Let's look at honor. Let's look at honor. It's G5091. It says to estimate, to fix the value. For the value of something belonging to oneself, to honor, to have an honor, to revere, to venerate. It says to prize, to fix a valuation upon, by implication, to revere, to honor, to value. So it says to fix the value. So what value as a child, as a youth in this thing, what value is it to you when your parents come to you out of the scriptures about something that you're doing? Do you roll your eyes, start blowing your breath? Because if so, then you are dishonoring your parents according to the word. That's of low. When they do that, that's of low value to you.
Right.
You fix that value down here in your eyes.
But none concerned.
You know what I'm saying? Or do you appreciate it when they do it? Is the value for that up here?
Honored and reverent.
You see, a lot of y'all been dishonoring y'all parents. Then, if you don't do that, you do all type of little passive aggressive stuff to where they probably won't notice you getting the attitude, but you are. Being real short with them when they ask you something. You don't honor your parents. Right? Go ahead, Hebrew. Keep reading.
And it reads, honor thy father and mother, which is the first commandment with promise.
See, that's the first commandment with promise, and the promise was what? That your days may be long. All right, go ahead.
That it may be well with thee, and thou mayest live long on the earth. And ye fathers, provoke not your children to wrath.
You see that, you fathers? And and young men, we need to learn this. How do we provoke our children to anger?
Right.
By not being in their lives.
By not giving them any attention.
Yeah. And that's spoiling your child. By definition, spoil means to neglect, to leave out. Not showering your child with love and hugs and kisses and doing, and when they ask you for something, you do it. That ain't spoiling your child. That's providing for your child. But when we walk out on our families, when we go sleep with women that we had no plans of having no children with or taking care of, and she have children, and we leave them, they grow up to hate men. They grow up to hate authority coming from black men. They don't want to listen to nothing the black man got to tell them. They angry. Right? Go ahead.
It says, but bring them up in nurture and admonition of the Lord.
Yeah, so when you read in Proverbs, train up a child in the way that he should go, this is the way, in the admonition of the Lord. And don't forget the nurture. Go ahead, Hebrew. Nah, that was it. That was it. Let's go to the next spot. Yes, sir. Sirach chapter 3. Sirach chapter 3. We're gonna be in Sirach.
Because if you look at what they're saying, that means that that's why he wanted us to be willing when working to take care of the tabernacle, because it's just like a father giving you instructions to take care of the house. He don't want you unwilling.
Yep.
Yeah. And so, man, it trickle down. You don't want to tell your kids to do something they blowing, stomping, walking around. Come on, man.
They gonna, man, that'll get you
raw, for real.
For real.
Well, that's why
I don't want to hear none of that.
You got to bring it willingly and cheerful. You said God loves the cheerful. So all that tied back in, like you say.
Yep. We in Sirach chapter 3, y'all. We're gonna pick this up at verse 1. We're gonna read 1 through 17. When you get it, go ahead, Hebrew.
And it reads, hear me, your father, O children, and do thereafter, that ye may be safe.
You see that you may be safe. Go ahead.
For the Lord have given the father honor over the children,
right,
and have confirmed the authority of the mother over the son.
Right. So don't think you ain't got to listen to mama because she's not daddy.
Right.
Nah, it said he have confirmed her authority over the sons as well. Go ahead.
Whoso honor his father maketh an atonement for his sins.
You see that? So it go way deeper
Come
than
on,
just
speak on
doing
that,
what
brother.
they say.
Speak on that, bro.
And remember, we read a few weeks ago in the Messianic Chop session that there's more grace or undeserved favors to come, meaning more forgiveness of sins to come at the end. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You might have done something stupid in your youth, but hey, you honor your father. Who knows? Yahweh Shah might act like it never happened to tell you,
Come on, man.
Good job, my good and faithful servant. Come on in. You sitting there looking like, oh, me? Like, Lord, you remember? You don't remember when you like, hey, I told you in my word.
Right.
I told you in my word, honor your father, making an atonement for sins.
And you know them the type of kids that still come back and take care of you in your old age when you can't hardly walk.
Facts. Go ahead, Hebrew. Keep reading.
It says, and he that honored his mother is is as one that layeth up treasure.
That's a big one right there.
Come on, man.
That's a big one right there because it says is he that honored his mother is one that layeth up treasure. How do mothers always have his neck to know when something's about to go wrong?
Mm-hmm.
And you listening is stacking up treasures. You stack up. Why you stack up money for a rainy day?
Mm-hmm.
For when the storm comes.
Mm-hmm. Come on now.
You might have been going somewhere and your mama said, all right, now let's say you and your friends going down on Beale Street.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
And your mama grew up in Memphis, so she know the deal when it come to Beale Street. So when she say, all right, now when it get this time of day, and if you start seeing this at this time of day, you need to call me so I can come pick you up. So you go down there with your friends, and the exact same thing she said starts popping off.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And you look over there and say, oh, they look live over there. So you go over there next to pop, 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 pop.
Then she like my baby.
But if you saw it pop off and you said, man, I'm finna dip, let me call mama. Y'all get home, you cut on the news. Beale Street was just shot up. So you stored up, you had something to fall back on. Why? Because you listened to mama.
That's right.
Right? You could have got your judgment for your sins with them had you not honored your father. So, hey, y'all got a choice to make.
Be a lot of them close calls on the Hebrew.
Yes, sir.
Be a lot of them close calls. You don't know how you got out of it.
Man, look, I had a partner, one of the only friends I had made up at TSU. He was from North Memphis. He told me he came to my room one Thursday. He came to my dorm. We're like, man, we need to hang out, bro. We've been chill. We from the same city. He said, we really don't know nobody. He said, we need to hang out this weekend. I said, bro, you know what? I'm gonna hang out with you this weekend. Ended up shooting back to the M, coming home that weekend. Mm-hmm. Got a call that Sunday. Man, Murray got killed at the cookout, bro. I'm like, I was supposed to have been with them this weekend too. But guess what? We had just started keeping the Shabbat.
Yes, sir.
Hallelujah.
You see that? So, y'all don't know. Y'all don't know it. It's been plenty of situations like that. I can tell you, it was one happened last month. I'm in the bed sleep on the Shabbat on the Saturday. I'm in the bed sleep. Soon as I get up, I hear a loud boom, boom. I was finna get ready to go head up and pick my girls up. It just so happened I dozed out for a minute. Soon as I wake up, I hear a loud boom. Like, man, what was that? Then you hear tires screech out. Then I hear the ladies outside my apartment like, girl, these folks driving crazy. I finally pull out the apartments. They got crime scene tape right in front of my apartment complex. Right in front of my apartment. Now, what if I say all that to say, my daddy was the first person to tell me about the truth. 2012 of December, I think it was. What if I had never took heed to what he was trying to tell me about the Shabbat? About you know what I'm saying? That could have been 2 Saturdays where my life could have been in danger for not honoring my father, for not remembering the stuff my mother told me when I go out. That's twice. It has been plenty more occasions I can tell you about to where I was supposed to have been somewhere, but was tending to the business of the Most High and then heard about it on the news.
And to make that effect for everybody. Look at how sheltered we are in this time that's going on now. If you doing right, man, I mean, it's been active shooters constantly.
So is, bro.
Like,
man, everywhere.
You got to be thankful for the hedge of protection.
One just walked up in the warehouse in Maryland and killed a bunch of people. You see, but that verse 1, what that verse 1 say? Mm-hmm. Hear me, your father, O children, and do after that you may be safe.
Come on, bro.
Verse 5, go ahead, Hebrew.
Whosoever honors his father shall have joy of his own children.
Come on, man.
And when he maketh his prayer, he shall be heard. He that honoreth his father shall have a long life. And he that is obedient unto the Lord shall be a comfort to his mother.
That's right. Go ahead.
He that feareth the Lord will honor his father and will do service unto his parents. As to his master, honor thy father and mother, both in word and deed.
Come on, man.
That a blessing may come upon thee from them. For the blessing of the father establishes the house of children, but the curse of the mother rooteth out foundation. Glory not in the dishonor of thy father.
Right.
For thy father's dishonor is no glory unto thee. For the glory of a man is from the honor of his father, and a mother in dishonor is a reproach to the children. My son, help thy father in his age, and grieve him not as long as he lives.
Yeah, you see that? And grieve him not as long as he liveth. Help him in his age, right? He helped you when you couldn't help yourself. When you was 8 months old, you couldn't change your own diaper. You couldn't feed yourself. He says, help your father in his age and grieve him not as long as he liveth. Go ahead.
Hallelujah. It says, and if his understanding fail, have patience with him, and despise him not when thou art in thy full strength.
Yeah, you see that? Man. It says, if his understanding fail, have patience with him. It's going to come a time where you're going to be stronger than your father, physically.
And his mentals may fade.
Yeah. And so you don't look at him like, oh, this nigga done lost a few off his fastball. He don't know nothing no more.
Right.
Remember, old age come to us all if we keep living.
That's right.
You look around, you see a rampant outbreak of dementia.
Sure do.
What's the other one you forget? Alzheimer's.
Yep.
So,
and that's starting early now, too.
Right.
That's starting early, bro.
Especially the dementia.
So is, but a lot of that come from died, sin. You know what I'm saying? All that. Go ahead.
It says, for the relieving of thy father shall not be forgotten. And instead of sins, it shall be added to building thee up.
Hallelujah.
And in the day of thine affliction, it shall be remembered.
Yeah.
Thy sins also shall melt away.
You see how honoring your father make atonement for your sin? See, when your affliction comes, the Most High gonna look at that like he looked on Hezekiah's, good check marks. Oh, okay. Yeah, sperm. Go ahead.
Hallelujah. It says, thy sins also shall melt away as the ice in the fair warm weather.
Verse 16.
He that forsaketh his father is as a blasphemer.
Come on, man.
Wow, go ahead.
And he that angereth his mother is a curse of God.
You see that?
Weak. Hard hitting right there.
When you see that your mama angry at you, you need to be trying, mama, you know what I'm saying? What can I do to, you know what I'm saying? Make this right.
Right. Come on, man.
He said he that forsaken his father is a blasphemer.
You already know.
He's an angry mother.
And it's hard to come back from and one of those.
Man. Go ahead, Hebrew. Nah, that was it.
Nah, it's 17.
That was it. That's all I wanted on there.
Okay.
Proverbs 20 and 20. Proverbs 20 and 20. Proverbs 20 and 20. I hope we get through all this. Well, we ain't in the hotel, man. Y'all gonna have to bear with me today, man, because I gotta talk to my little bros and my little sisters today. I got to.
They need the edification.
And they I feel like, man, a lot of times the youth need to hear from somebody in they, you know what I'm saying?
Bracket.
Yeah. Because they for some reason the youngsters think the elders, they don't know the game. You know what I'm saying? they think y'all, you know what I'm saying, y'all don't know what we got going on out here nowadays. But
Man,
like they got an old saying.
That's all y'all have done.
That's a fact. We just read Sirach chapter 3, verses 1 through 17, lil' bro. We just read Sirach chapter 3, verses 1 through 17. And now we moving on to Proverbs chapter 20, verse 20. Proverbs chapter 20, verse 20. My bad, y'all. I don't mean to be moving too fast up in here. But I'm trying to get all this in. All right, so Hallelujah. Proverbs 20, verse 20. When you get it, Hebrew, go ahead.
And it reads, whoso curses his father or his mother, his lamp shall be put out in obscure darkness.
Woo! Obscure darkness. That's thick darkness.
Yes, sir.
You see that you wish harm on your parents because they told you couldn't go out this Saturday night. I hope they get in the car wreck.
Ooh,
Can't stand up.
I hope his
Have I become your enemy? Because I told you that.
He not playing about this obey your parents stuff, y'all.
No.
He said your light gonna be put out in obscure darkness. Let's go to Proverbs 23. Proverbs 23 and verse 20. Proverbs 23 and verse 20. Is that what I want? That ain't what I want. No, that ain't what I want. My bad. Proverbs, you know what? Let's skip these. Because they basically saying the same thing. Let's go back to Sirach, Hebrew. Sirach chapter 7. Let's do that. Sirach chapter 7. Pick it up at 20. Pick it up at verse. Sirach 7. Yeah, verse 27. Verse 27 and 28. Hold on. Let me share the screen. That's all they was there to do was home. All right. Sirach chapter 7, verse 27 to 28.
Hallelujah.
Huh?
Oh,
okay. You can put it up there? Yeah. All right. It says Sirach 7, verse 27 to 28. When you get it, go ahead.
And it reads, honor thy father with thy whole heart, and forget not the sorrows of thy mother.
See that? Don't forget that. Whenever you get ready to talk crazy or do something crazy to your mama, remember them 9 months she carried your big wide head butt up in her womb.
Right. She could have died.
She could have died. Remember them sorrows, waking up every morning, throwing up, and can't eat what she want to eat.
Can't get comfortable while she trying to sleep.
Can't eat what she usually eat. I know that's annoying.
Can't even smell what they normally used to smell.
They brains don't be the same after giving birth. And then you got the nerve to try to talk crazy and huff and puff and blow your breath out. Yeah. He said, forget not the sorrows of your mother. That's that. And always staying in that mindset gonna keep you from doing all that. Verse 28.
Remember that thou was begotten of them. And how canst thou recompense them the things that they have done for thee?
Boy, look here. Man, I don't even think if you was to cut me $1 million check right now, I don't think that'll be enough. That wouldn't be, man, look.
All we endure it and put up with it. And
that wouldn't be enough. You might have to come with some billions. And even when we, you know what I'm saying, tally everything up in value that ain't got nothing to do with material things, that ain't gonna be enough.
Right.
That's right.
Just the life lessons that I can take with me, you know what I'm saying, that they taught me. That's priceless right there.
That's right.
Sirach 22 verses 9 to 10.
Relationship.
Yeah.
It's
question you probably ask your child like Go ahead and answer that.
Does this even apply to abusive parents? We're gonna get to that.
No, okay.
We're gonna get to that. I wouldn't advise nobody to accept abuse though. That's
Right.
That's just me. All right. Matter of fact, we finna get to it right now. Sirach 22 and verse 9. Go ahead.
Sirach 22, verse 9.
Uh-huh.
And it reads, if children live honestly and have wherewithal, they shall cover the baseness of their parents.
That's when you look up the word baseness, that means moral corruption.
Mm-hmm.
You morally corrupt if you abusing your children. Right? It says, but if children live honestly, they should cover the baseness of their parents, right? But go ahead.
Verse 10.
Uh-huh.
It says, but children being haughty through disdain and want of nature do strain the nobility of their kin.
You see that, but instead you take the mindset like, nah, I'm gonna slap this heifer back when she hit me. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah. You see that, and most people, and I use this scripture too, because most people, most youth, they want to lean on trauma, blame trauma. Well, this was done to me. My daddy left. My mama did this. My daddy did this. Look, at some point, when you come out of your teens, you are responsible for you. The person who caused that trauma, they living their life not thinking about you. But here you are, carrying this trauma with you for years upon years,
Right.
Want pity parties, want people to feel sorry for you. Look, the scripture just gave you an out. Live honestly.
Come on, man. You live honestly.
You live honestly.
Which means you still got to reverence and value what your parents were trying to do without being haughty,
Facts.
without being angry and aggressive,
Facts.
without blowing and stomping off.
Man, go to a grandparent, uncle house or something.
Mm-hmm. Put some separation between you. Now for the cool thing.
See, man, this and we find ourselves in this situation and think it's nothing we can do, and the Most High is always there. I mean, we don't believe in Him like we should.
Come on, man.
We don't believe in Him like we should. Yahweh told us we can move mountains. Like, y'all think that's just He just talking to make you feel good?
Right.
He talking about the mountains in your life. You can move those with belief.
With the right prayer and fasting.
Facts. And He said it'll get to a point to where you can just speak and say, this mountain move over here and it's gone. But you would never even scratch the surface to get to that point if you like, man, Lord can't. I'm getting beat on. I ain't got nowhere else to go. Okay, well, you keep thinking like that. Keep putting Him in the box. He gonna make sure you stay in that box you in. He gonna make sure you stay in that box you in.
So these mountains are physical, literal and physical. That's
right, Hebrew. That's right. We're gonna stay in Sirach for a little minute. Sirach 41. Sirach 41. Gonna kind of shift gears a little bit here soon, real shortly. Kind of just been going through the duties of, obeying parents and what'll happen if you disobedient. What I say? Sirach 41, verse 7. All right, go ahead.
Sirach chapter 41, verse 7, and it reads, the children will complain of an ungodly father.
Yeah, now look, they gonna complain. If you an ungodly father, they will complain, right? Go ahead.
Because they shall be a reproach for his sake.
And and fatherless children are made fun of a lot nowadays.
Right.
Young women. Oh, she got daddy issues, bro. You don't want to mess with her. These baby girl, don't feel bad. These Negroes do too. That's why they act the way they do. That's why they act the way they do. That's why they so emotional. That's why they so feminine. That's why they wearing all y'all clothes now.
Come on now.
Handbags and everything.
Boy, my daddy would cave my chest in if he heard me right here talking about I got me some hoochie daddy shorts.
Man, boy. He joking like that stuff too, man.
Yeah. But you know why? The father's not in the house. They sitting around these women 24/7. And even if she not teaching him, son, this how you gonna, and even if she not doing that verbatim, the fact that that's what he around all the time, he gonna pick up them tendencies. When he see that woman get mad and argue, he like, oh, okay, that's how I gotta handle.
Right.
When he see her lash out irrationally, he like, oh, okay, yeah. That's what they pick up on.
Right. Teaching without teaching.
Facts. Indirect communication, nonverbal communication.
And they used to always say back in the day, teaching by example.
And what I done learned just from my children, they gonna follow your example more than they follow your advice.
Mm-hmm.
They gonna follow what you do a lot of times more than they follow what you telling them.
Because one gonna definitely be more consistent than the other.
Yep. Just like look, the other day I'm sitting there cleaning up. I'm telling my little girls to clean up their room. I was just so tired. I had cleaned up the whole house, got to my room, and was kind of just straightening up. I really wasn't cleaning up like that. See my little flip-flop. I'm tired. Tripped over my flip-flops. I got frustrated, just threw them up under the bed. Youngest baby girl standing right behind me watching.
Yeah.
I'm like, baby girl, go finish cleaning up your room. So I walk in there. She grabbed her shoes, and guess what she do?
Throw them under the bed. Don't play.
Throw them under the bed. Then guess what she turned around and said? That room all clean.
What about that made you feel?
That tickled me. That tickled me right there.
And no, you can't even get mad.
Can't even get mad, bro. But they gonna they gonna follow your example more than they follow your advice. Remember that. Remember that. All right, let's go. What was it?
We just read 41.
We just read verse 7. That was all we wanted right there,
Okay.
Hebrew. Let's go to Sirach 23 next. Let's go to Sirach 23. Sirach 23. All right. Sirach 23, verse 14 and 15. When you get now. Verse 14, that's it, not 15, just verse 14. When you get it, go ahead.
It says, remember thy father and thy mother when thou sittest among great men.
You see it? So hey, you might blow up, you know what I'm saying? And one of my favorite basketball players of all time, Kobe Bryant, but he did his parents wrong when he hit fame. You know what I'm saying? If you're familiar with his story, you know he didn't give his parents a dime. Don't let that be you. Don't let you know what I'm saying, get all these degrees, start making this money in Babylon, and then you forget your parents.
Come on now, bro.
You know what I'm saying? Don't do that. It says, remember thy father and mother when thou sittest among great men. Go ahead.
But it says, be not forgetful before them. And so thou by thy custom become a fool.
You see that? He said, by that custom, you gonna become a fool.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
In which that thou hast not been born, and curse the day of thy nativity.
Okay, let's go to Sirach 22, verses 4 through 5.
22.
Yeah, Sirach 22. Let me make sure I'm the right verse. Boy, I just got the John last night. It was early in the morning, too. I say Sirach 22, Hebrew. What verse 4 say? Hold on, let me see. Okay, yeah. All right. Verse 4 and 5.
And it reads.
No. Yeah, verse 4 and 5. Let's do that.
Okay. Verse 4. A wise daughter shall bring an inheritance to her husband.
Yeah.
But she that liveth dishonestly is her father's heaviness.
All right. Now remember in the one of the last places we read, the son, a disobedient son, is the mother's heaviness. And the dishonest daughter is the father's heaviness. You see that? So hey, we cause our parents a great deal of stress with our wild behavior as children. You know what I'm saying? He said, don't grieve your father as long as he living. All right, go ahead.
She that is bold dishonor both her father and her husband, but they both shall despise her.
They both shall despise her. A bold daughter. Mm-hmm. She's just gonna do what she want to do anyway.
Hey. Yeah. Dress how she want to dress.
Talk how she want to talk.
Like you ain't being taught the law at the house. And see, that makes your parents look like they ain't teaching you nothing.
No home training. Remember back in the day?
Yeah. That make it look like they ain't taught you nothing. And a lot of times that ain't the case. That child is out here doing what the hell they want to do. Mm-hmm. Let's go to the next spot. Sirach, let's go back to Sirach 41, and then we're gonna read verse 17 this time.
Well, I showed me getting a whooping for coming home, and my mom was like, "How you gonna go somewhere and act like I ain't taught you nothing?"
Whew. Mm. You know what I was always scared of? Cause see, I was a class clown, boy. But I was always scared of that getting whooped in front of the classmates thing. That didn't never happen, but that was I used to always be in the back of my mind while I was committing all that foolishness.
Like they could just pop up.
Even though I knew that I knew my daddy would be the one to do it, I'd be like, man, I'm just finna act a fool.
It's cool.
It ain't gonna happen. He ain't did it now. I'm in the 8th grade. He ain't never did it. You know what I'm saying? All right. A Sirach 41 verse 17. So right now we finna get into, you know what I'm saying, fornication and all that. Right? All right, let's get it. Sirach 41 and 17.
And it reads, be ashamed of whoredom before father and mother.
Right? So if you out here on whoredom, just simply think like, ooh, my parents find out about this thing. Is they gonna be happy about it, or is they gonna be upset?
That's right, bro.
All right, go ahead.
And of a lie before a prince and a mighty man.
All right, let's do Sirach 42 next chapter. Next chapter, Sirach 42. We're gonna do 1 through 2, and then we're gonna skip. Hold on. Yeah. Sirach 42 verses 1 through 2. Go ahead.
Of these things be not thou ashamed, and accept no person to sin thereby.
Right. Of
the law of the Most High, and his covenant, and of judgment to justify the ungodly.
Why you go here, young lion? We're here to tell y'all, because I know this is something a lot of young people struggle with. Because the scriptures don't seem like the cool thing to be quoting, you know what I'm saying, in Babylon amongst your friends. Mm-hmm. But it says, of these things be not ashamed, and accept no person to sin thereby. It says, of the law of the Most High and his covenant, and of judgment to justify the ungodly. He said, man, don't let none of that fly. Don't let none of that fly. Righteousness is cool. Right? It's the wickedness that's lame. It's the wickedness that getting you killed.
Right.
That's lame. It's the wickedness that's leaving you with all this mental trauma. That's lame.
Yep. Come on now.
That was in the end of verse 2.
That was the end of verse 2.
Skip down to 9.
And it reads, the father waketh for the daughter.
Right.
When no man knows.
Uh-huh.
And the care for her taketh away sleep.
Right. And this right here just let you know, man, like having daughters is kind of different than having sons, because like they keep you up at night, just worried about it. And he gonna tell you all the things that go through men's mind, you know what I'm saying, when they have a daughter. Watch this.
It says, when she is young, least she pass away the flower of her age.
You see that? He said they worry about when she young. Is she gonna get married? You know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
And being married, least she should be hated.
They say, all right, well, I can see my daughter getting married, but is she gonna marry the right type of man? Is he gonna end up hating her? Right? Go ahead.
In her virginity, least she should be defiled and gotten with child in her father's house.
You see that? Oh man, my little young girl, she kind of hot in the drawers. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? She might have a baby. She might bring a baby up in this house.
key point on that for me is Hebrew.
Mm-hmm.
You shouldn't be having children in your parents' houses.
Anyway.
So yeah, boom, we see that. And just the fact that that's even there in our manuscript let you know that ain't no new thing in Israel. We've been unsolicitedly flapping skin.
But it's a shameful thing.
It's a shameful thing.
To be having kids in your parents' house, man.
It's a fact. It's a shameful thing.
Boys and girls.
Boys and girls.
And I'm gonna tell you young dudes this. When you get a certain age, man, you need to move, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Get your own space.
That's it, bro.
Cause too many, I ain't never seen two kings live in one palace.
There you go.
I never seen two kings live in one palace. All right, go ahead.
And it reads.
And having a husband, and then the middle of that verse 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
It says, and having a husband, lest she should misbehave herself. And when she is married, lest she should be barren.
See what all come with having them girls? So, hey, you gonna have these thoughts as a father. You gonna be up at night worried about them. I think about it all the time. Like, man, I done brought two girls in the world full of predators and a bunch of Negroes that don't mean them no good.
Yep. And it's funny, like, you'll be sleeping, you'll hear your daughter. I wake up if I hear my daughter before I wake up if I hear my son.
Yep. Boy, I'm jumping out the bed. Like Jacob said, I'm kicking covers to the ceiling out here crying in the middle of the night. Go ahead, Hebrew.
Verse 15.
Now we at verse 11.
Yeah, read that 11.
Yeah, read that 11.
It says, keep a sure watch over a shameless daughter.
Woo.
Lest she make thee a laughing stock to thine enemy. And a byword in the city. And a reproach among the people. And make thee ashamed before the multitude.
Come on, man.
He said, hey, you supposed to be even more strict if your daughter's shameless.
He gonna raise a bunch of whores.
Yeah, cause that's what they saying about your pops. Like, how much do you care about your father? How much do you honor your father? Because this is what I want the young sisters to understand. Young brothers too, but the scripture really speak on it for the women. What y'all do in y'all father's house, it's a direct reflection on his reputation.
That's it.
Because he the man of that house. And if you out here being shameless and you hot in the drawers and you sleeping with everybody, they gonna say, oh, that man raising whores. Then guess what? They gonna think, oh, she a whore. Let me see what the mama is. Let me try the mama.
Right.
See, it ain't got nothing. See, that alone should let you know, oh, it's my body. I do. No. Because that's gonna reflect your parents. Either you care about them, or either you honor them, or you don't. And the scriptures say, honor father and mother in word and what? In deed. 12, Hebrew.
It says, behold not everybody's beauty. And
you young men, y'all hear that? Behold not everybody's beauty. Go ahead. And y'all need to learn this too. Go ahead.
And sit not in the midst of
man,
women.
go somewhere and get on your damn purpose, boy. Instead of sitting in the midst of women trying to get chose on.
Or the young girls sitting in the midst of their mamas and aunties, listen to their conversation.
Listen to their conversation.
You around some men.
Trying to imitate
them. Like the brother said, get out there on your purpose. You sitting around a bunch of women, they popping their jaw, you picking up women ways.
Man, look.
That's why I was asking about that testament of Benjamin.
Yeah.
Boy, he go in here.
Yeah. Hey, we got to get it together, young bro. We got to get this together. Verse 13.
It says, For from garments cometh the moth, and from women wickedness.
All right. Sirach, let's go back to Sirach 23. Sirach 23. Where we at on time?
Man, you take your time, Hebrew. Take your time.
We doing pretty good, actually.
Take your time.
Sirach 23. This time we're going to pick it up. I believe I want 16. Yes, sir. That's exactly what I want. Pay attention to this, you young bro. Check this out. Check this out. Sirach 23, verse 16. When you get it, go ahead.
And it reads, two sorts of men multiply sin, and the third will bring wrath.
Woo.
One, a hot mind is as a burning fire.
All them feminine emotions.
That's right.
You see that the scripture tell us in Deuteronomy, don't put on that which pertaining to a woman. You thought that was just talking about clothes.
Right.
That's talking about don't put on woman emotions either.
Hey,
facts. Mannerisms. These men out here, and then the men out here picking up all the female slang. Like it's just
come on, bro.
I be hearing Negroes saying, like this something that the women say a lot now. Like say if you had on a muscle shirt or something, and they'd be like, and a woman to see it nowadays, they say stuff like, "Ooh, it's giving me bodybuilder vibes." You hear men talk like that now. It's giving.
They spiritually transgender. We have become spiritually transgender. Men saying what women say, and women saying what men say.
When we came up, we didn't even really compliment a man's dress or none of that.
None of that.
We look good, man. Look good, bro.
Bro, we'll be like, bro, that's
get away from me, boy.
They're outside.
Yeah. We talking about, bro, them shoes, man. Them shoes fresh, bro.
Negroes just start wearing fanny packs. Then they try to sound hard, man. I got the strap in the fanny pack. Boy, sit your. I got the strap in the fanny pack. Nigga, but you got a fanny pack on.
Ooh. Drake over here.
A few years ago, they were making male rumpers.
Mm-hmm.
Male rumpers.
Well, look how far we done fall.
That's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
It's crazy.
All right, go ahead, Hebrew.
It says a
hot mind. Pick it up at the top.
It says two sort of men multiply sin, and the third will bring wrath. A hot mind is as a burning fire.
Right.
It will never be quenched till it be consumed. A fornicator. A fornicator in the body of his flesh will never cease till he have kindled a fire.
See that? A fornicator in his body will never cease till he have kindled a fire. Now that could be a fire within your own private parts.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. You gonna stop then. That's when you gonna leave off.
When you burn.
When you wake up at 3:00 in the morning to go for your normal morning pee, and then it feel like it's razor blades coming up out of there. Fiery razor blades. Yeah, you gonna leave off then, ain't you? You gonna cease then, ain't you? Mm-hmm. Verse 17. Verse 17. Right.
All bread is sweet to a whoremonger.
You see that?
He will not leave off till he dies.
That's right. A whoremonger will screw anything.
And then that's that same predatory behavior we was talking about in the beginning about the word or whatever a woman want to wear. I can dress however. But you got guys that
it's all bread sweet.
And he ain't gonna stop till he gets some.
Hey, so you sisters, hey man, it is what it is, bro. Like y'all might not like to hear this, but you I mean, okay, what's your other choices? Babylon? Okay, I figure so. Go ahead, Aki. Read down to verse 27.
All right. Yeah. Verse 18. A man that breaketh wedlock, saying this in his heart, who seeth me? I am compassed about with darkness. The walls cover me, and nobody seeth me. What need I to fear? The Most High will not remember my sins.
You see that the man that breaketh wedlock, man. A Negro sit up and tell you, yeah, man, the scriptures say, man, if you can't contain, you need to marry. Now, this Negro done got married and still can't contain himself.
Still can't. And then he's talking about the Most High ain't gonna see his sins.
And then they let you know when you deep in that lust like that, look how deceived this man is. He think because it's dark outside, the Lord don't see him. How deceived is that? Oh man, it's dark. The Lord ain't white. He think because he got some shades on.
Man.
He think because he got some shades on, the Most High don't see him. Right? He think because he got the trench coat pulled over his face and got the Mr. Potato Head mustache on and
got the little hat on.
Everything. Oh man, the Lord don't see me. Go ahead, bro.
It says, such a man only feareth the eyes of men, and knoweth not that the eyes of the Lord are 10,000 times brighter than the sun, beholding all the ways of men and considering the most secret parts. He knew all things, he know all things forever, that they were created. So also after they were perfected, he looked upon them all. This man shall be punished in the streets of the city, and where he suspected not, he shall be taken.
Yup. So when you in the midst of doing all that creeping, that could be your last time. That could be your last time. You see that? He said he is punished in the streets of the city, and where he suspected not, he should be taken. Just had a rapper, Trouble just got killed. And guess where he was at? At a side chick house. Her ex broke up in the place, started beating on her, then shot and killed him. And he got a wife.
Wasn't even supposed to be there.
Go ahead.
This boy. 22. It says, thus shall it go also with the wife that leaveth her husband. And bringeth in another heir by another.
You see that? You leave your husband.
Have a child with
and then go have a child by another man that y'all ain't legally divorced. You gonna die in like manner. Go ahead.
For first, she have disobeyed the law of the Most High, and secondly, she have trespassed against her own husband, and thirdly, she have played the whore in adultery and brought children by another man. She shall be brought out into the congregation, and inquisition shall be made of her children. Her children shall not take root, and her branches shall bring forth no fruit. She shall leave her memory to be cursed, and her reproach shall not be blotted out.
All right, and that's something we're going to see in the last part of the lesson, how our sexual acts, you know what I'm saying, if they be wicked, they have a direct effect on our children. You see that it said her children ain't gonna take root, which means more than likely they gonna die before an old age, or they gonna just be worthless people here on this earth. We gonna read that again.
That's why he said she'll bring forth no fruit.
She'll bring forth no fruit. You think it's just by happenstance that your 2-3 of your children came out with birth defects and all that? You will point at all the signs in the world, but you won't point at it. Could this be because of unlawful, sinful beds? Why your mind don't go there? What verse was you at?
That was 27.
All right, that was all I wanted. Let's go to Wisdom of Solomon this time. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 3. Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 3. I'm going to pick this up at verse 10. Wisdom of Solomon 3. We're going to pick it up at verse 10. Yes, sir.
And it reads, but the ungodly shall be punished according to their own imagination, which have neglected the righteous and forsaken the Lord. For whosoever despises wisdom and nurture, he is miserable, and their hope is vain. So
do any of your friends who ain't in the truth, they you know what I'm saying, do they love wisdom and nurture? No, they don't. And what are they? They miserable. Most of you people walking around here today in Babylon is miserable. Right? Go ahead.
And their hope is vain. Their labors unfruitful and their works unprofitable.
Uh-huh.
Their wives are foolish and their children's wicked.
Mm-hmm.
Their offspring is cursed.
Mm.
Wherefore blessed is the barren that is undefiled, which have not known the sinful bed.
See, it's two types of beds the scripture speak of. The one that's honorable, and then this one right here. Which one you been laying in? He says, blessed is the barren, or the one that can't have children, that is undefiled, that is not defiled by fornication. She better if she had not known the sinful bed, even though she can't have children, right? Go ahead.
She shall have fruit in the visitation of souls.
14.
Right.
And blessed is the eunuch,
the eunuch,
which with his hands have wrought no iniquity, nor imagine wicked things against God. For unto him shall be given the special gift of faith and an inheritance in the temple of the Lord, more acceptable to his mind.
Yeah.
For glorious is the fruit of good laborers, and the root of wisdom shall never fall away.
16.
As for the children of adulterers, they shall not come to their perfection.
Woo.
And the seed of an unrighteous bed shall be rooted out.
Hey, prime example, look at David. What happened to that baby?
Yep.
Right, man.
And he told him, you can stop crying and get up.
Hey, it was the 8th day it was the time for that baby to come into this thing, get circumcised. Most High iced him. Nope, he can't come in here like that. Not from a bed of adultery. He can't.
And a lot of children that's come out of these adult relationships, they may not die or have what you call birth defect,
right?
But you never enjoy them.
You never enjoy them, and we gonna see. We finna keep reading. Go ahead. So if you want to sleep around outside of wedlock and all that, okay, go ahead. We finna read what's gonna happen to your child. We just said they're not gonna have to come to their perfection. They're gonna be rooted out. Go ahead. 17.
But though they live long, yet shall they be nothing regarded.
They're gonna be nobodies. Nobodies. Go ahead.
And as their last age shall be without honor.
And when they get old, ain't nobody gonna give a damn about them.
So look, that's what I'm saying. You ain't gonna enjoy them, but ain't nobody else gonna enjoy them.
But it's get out there and have fun, huh?
And that's what we teaching our children every day. Live your best life. Girl, have fun while you in college. Having fun in college means eating, drinking, sleeping, and doing drugs.
And having sex.
That's what having fun in college was. That's what you telling your children when you send them off college. Live your best life, have a good time. That means doing drugs, sleeping around, and coming home with all kind of trauma and babies.
Yeah.
That's what you telling your children to do. Live your best life. Have fun. You only go around once, grab all the dust.
Yep.
And then this
removing all the nose.
This is what I want y'all to start. When these older people tell you to go out and live your life, have fun, start asking them, describe fun to me.
Right. Because they went out and had fun, and that's how you came about.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Let's keep it 1,000 now.
Yeah.
And now they try to hurry and get you out of there. Because they didn't enjoy you.
Yeah.
They didn't put nothing in you. See, the ones who had children that were born out of wedlock, man, they poured into their children, poured into their children, and poured into their children. But the ones that's ready to get you up out the house, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
See, that's what you got to look at.
Man, a lot of these parents down there lost their mind when they heard we had to be locked down in the house with our children.
Yeah, man.
They down there lost their mind.
A lot of kids got abused and a lot of
And I bet majority of the days, a lot of them just put a tablet in front of their face. All right, y'all, leave me alone.
Yep. Instead of taking that time and pouring into the scriptures, spending quality time with them and showing them some love. Hey, man, it was a curse to them. It wasn't no enjoyable time. It wasn't no time to pour into them, to pour in the scriptures and all that, to spend quality time. It was a curse to them. See, all the kids that were born out of wedlock, they became a burden to the family.
Yeah.
Woo. They doing it all by themselves.
Boy.
Especially the women, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The women tired. They weren't built for all that, man. The women were not built to hold the whole of it.
Nah, they won. They won.
They tired.
They won.
They tired, they mad, they bitter.
Yep.
And guess what you doing while telling your daughter to go out there? Keeping the cycle going.
Yeah.
Now she gonna be tired, angry, and bitter.
Bitter. Uh-huh.
And the beat goes on.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Where we at? Boy.
We in 18.
We talking about some stuff up in here today.
Mm-hmm.
We talking about some stuff up in here today. Go ahead.
Or if they die quickly, they have no hope, neither comfort in the day of trial. For horrible is the end of the unrighteous generation.
You heard that? Hey, what y'all gonna do?
Man, that's cut and dry. Horrible is the
He
end.
said their end is horrible.
That's hard, isn't it?
Hey, look. Hey. So after all that, we just said all that, y'all might ask, okay, well, what exactly is fornication, young lion? Let's go look at it. Let's go look at it. Let's go to Leviticus 18. Remember, our Torah tells us what everything is. What exactly is fornication? All right, let's go look at it. Let's go look at it. I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back, y'all.
All right, well, while you going there, we're going to go to Deuteronomy 23.
Yeah, go do your thing.
Let's go to Deuteronomy 23, Hebrew, real quick. I ain't know if the young Hebrew had it in his lesson, but I want to throw that in there.
I got 22 in there.
Yeah, let's go to 23 then. So I ain't stepping on his toes then.
Hallelujah.
Let's go to 23 and let's pick it up, man. And we just gonna read two verses. 17 and 18. Look what it's saying. Read that, Hebrew.
And it reads, ye shall bring out of your
No,
habitation.
Deuteronomy 23 and 17.
I'm in Leviticus.
Yeah, Deuteronomy 23 and 17 and 18.
Deuteronomy 17.
No, 23 and 17. 23 and 17. Yeah?
Yep.
All right, 17 and 18.
There shall be no whore of the daughters of Israel, nor a sodomite of the sons of Israel. Thou shalt not bring the hire of a whore, or the prince of or the price of a dog into the house of the Lord thy God for any value. For even both these are abominations unto the Lord thy God.
So anybody that's whoring out their daughter, because when you give them that bad advice, that's what you're doing. Anybody like Mr. Wade, they gonna call his first name. Then turn his son into a son. Now I'm gonna say this right here, and I'm gonna turn it back over to the young group. That boy just automatically come out the closet like that. Somebody been fumbling with that boy. Been fumbling with it. Probably was his daddy was been fumbling with it. Because somebody was fumbling with the daddy. Because he act like he that way. This is an abominable behavior amongst Israelites. And anybody that condone it to say, well, it ain't got nothing to do with me. Anybody that hang around your gay family member, anybody that accept that gayness in your house, it's an abomination before the Most High. And he said you should not have a whore. Y'all girl run out the house with all their clothes run up their rear end in between their legs. Now you got the boys running out the house with their clothes up between their rear ends.
Talking about some hoochie daddy.
Yeah, hoochie daddy shorts. Look, bro, read that last verse again.
I have never heard of that.
Yeah, read that last 18 again, man. I'm gonna give it back to y'all.
It says, thou shalt not bring the heir of a whore,
the hire of a whore,
or the price of a dog into the house of the Lord.
A homosexual man. So there it is right there. And you bring it, and then look, a lot of y'all know, and y'all bring them to the class. Y'all know they into it, y'all bring them to the class.
You want to bring into the house.
What it say, Hebrew?
Don't bring this into the house of the Lord thy God.
And don't bring it in my house either.
It better not.
It says, both of these are abominations to the Lord.
All right. There was Deuteronomy 23. What verses was that?
17, 18.
17, 18.
All right, verses. Write that down. Add that in there. Let's go to Leviticus. Let's go to Leviticus chapter 18. Let's find out what fornication is. All right, and you know what I'm saying, just to give you a quick little overview of what fornication is, look at it this way. You got fornication as the tree, and then you got branches that come off this tree. The branches is adultery, bestiality, promiscuity, incest, stuff like all those are forms of fornication.
That's right.
All right, so that's how you look at fornication right there.
It's a tree with many branches.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And these are all, you know what I'm saying, unlawful sexual relations in Leviticus 18. So if you want to know what you can and can't do sexually, read Leviticus 18. All right, and other scriptures that, you know, speak on, you know, sexual morality and immorality. Pick it up at verse 1. Read 1 through 11. Then we're going to skip.
All right.
Yeah.
And it read, and the Lord spoke unto Moses, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, I am the Lord your God. After the doings of the land of Egypt, wherein you dwelt, shall you not do. And after the doings of the land of Canaan, whither I bring you, shall you not do. Neither shall you walk in their ordinances. You shall do my judgments, and keep mine ordinance, to walk therein. I am the Lord your God. You shall therefore keep my statutes and my judgments, which if a man do, he shall live in them. I am the Lord.
Yeah.
None of you shall approach to any that is near of kin to him, to uncover their nakedness.
See that? Near kin, that's off limits. To uncover their nakedness, that's a euphemism for uncovering their genitals. That's basically what they mean when you read uncover their nakedness. All right, go ahead.
It says, I am the Lord. The nakedness of thy father, or the nakedness of thy mother.
That's sick. Go ahead.
Shalt thou not uncover. She is thy mother. Thou shalt not uncover her nakedness.
Yeah.
The nakedness of thy father's wife shalt thou not uncover.
But that ain't my real mama. It's my stepmom. You wicked.
It is thy father's nakedness.
Right. Go ahead.
The nakedness of thy sister. The daughter of thy father or daughter of thy mother.
All right. Go ahead.
Whether she be born at home or born abroad. Even their nakedness thou shalt not uncover.
Right.
The nakedness of thy son's daughter or of thy daughter's daughter. Even their nakedness shalt thou not uncover. For theirs is thine own nakedness. The nakedness of thy father's wife's daughter. Begotten of thy father, she is thy sister. Thou shalt not uncover her nakedness.
What verse you at?
That's 11 right there.
Skip down to skip down to 19. Read 19 through 24.
And it reads, also, thou shalt not approach unto a woman to uncover her nakedness, as long as she is put apart for her uncleanness.
That's huge in 2022. That's a form of fornication, young men. Trying to get the red carpet treatment. They say also also thou shalt not approach unto a woman to uncover her nakedness.
I thought that meant.
No, that's what it means.
Bro, I thought she was saying like she was kissed out, she was put away, she was somebody else's.
Unflow in town.
Unflow in town.
Yeah.
They want to get down.
Yes, bro, that's major.
That's why he put it in the book. They
Yeah. Red wings.
That's what they call it, getting that red wings.
Red wings. Wow.
They call it getting that red wing.
We used to say it's the red carpet treatment.
Yeah.
It's disgusting either way it goes.
Yep,
and
right.
it's a form of fornication, so we shouldn't be doing it. All right. Verse 20, it says, moreover, thou shalt not lie carnally with thy neighbor's wife to defile thyself with her.
That's right, bro.
Thou shalt not let any seed of pass through the fire to Molech. Neither shalt thou profane the name of thy God. I am the Lord. Verse 22. Thou shalt not lie with mankind as with womankind. It is an abomination. It says, neither shalt thou lie with any beast to defile thyself therewith. Neither shall any woman stand before a beast to lie down thereunto. It is confusion. Defile not yourself. See, through all these sexual relationships like this, it says defile not yourself. So if you do it, you're gonna be what? Defiled. It's a defiled bed. Remember we read in Wisdom of Solomon? He said, for in all these things are out, for in all these the nations are defiled, which I cast out before you. It says, and the land is defiled. Therefore I do visit iniquity thereof upon it. And the land itself vomited out the inhabitants. What's gonna happen to this land?
It's gonna get made. Gotta get vomited out. It's gonna have to burn up. That's why people see why people putting stock in His word. Man. Yeah, you enjoy the stuff that Most High has blessed you in this Babylonian captivity, but man, you got to get this stuff up.
Yeah,
everything getting burned up.
Everything. Well, next spot we in, family, we going to 1 Corinthians 5 next, Hebrew. All right, 1 Corinthians 5.
Well, it ain't nothing new under the sun. He said don't even lay with animals, and you got people around here in 2,000 something laying with horses and dogs.
Dang, they got all type of slang terms for this. Somebody said I call it running a red light. Boy,
I saw that.
Boy.
Oh man.
He said running a red light, boy.
I'm gonna look at red lights differently from now on. Like you just messed my mind up.
Bro, that's no longer just a traffic violation to me, man. What in the world?
Hey, Hebrew, we gonna do 1 Corinthians 5. I'm looking for some, so I'm gonna give you all love.
All right.
Do 1 Corinthians 5, 1 through 2. Then when you get done with that, skip down to read 9 through 11.
1 Corinthians 5. You said 1 through
1 through 2. Then skip down to do 9 through 11.
Gotcha. Yeah. And it reads, it is reported commonly that there is fornication among you, and such fornication as is not so much as named amongst the Gentiles.
All right, so he said it's fornication. It's fornication going on. Remember what I said? How fornication is the tree, and then you got different branches that branch off: adultery, incest, the running the red lights. The red light special, whatever y'all
want, red wings,
whatever y'all want to call it. You know what I'm saying? All right, so now Paul here, he's saying, look, it's some fornication going on. Let's see what type of fornication it was. Go ahead, bro.
It says that this is fornication was not even named amongst the Gentiles. That one should have his father's wife, and ye are puffed up and have not rather mourned that he that have done this deed might be taken away from you.
All right, skip down to verse 9. So y'all see, it backs up what we were saying about fornication. Incest. So he said it was fornication going on, but he named what song we read in Leviticus 18.
Which was uncovering the father's nakedness.
Facts. Incest. He slept with his stepmom.
And you know how they ain't being shameful.
Can we see that today?
Yeah, I was just going to point that out, how like the Red Wings, folks happy to be pilots and ain't floating not one plane. You know what I'm saying? Boy.
I'm tripping off these names, though.
Boy. I ain't never, boy.
Skip down to verse 9.
And it reads,
I
wrote unto you in an epistle not to company with fornicators, yet not altogether with the fornicators of this world, or with covetous, or extortioners, or with idolaters. For then must you needs go out of the world.
What'd I say?
You said 9.
I said 9 through 11. Yeah. Keep reading. Okay. Yeah, read 10 and 11. I got lost. I had to A brain fart.
I mean, 11, and it says, but now I have written unto you not to keep company if any man that is called a brother be a fornicator.
You know what? That ain't what I want. I'm looking at what I want, and I'm telling you to read something different. So that's my fault. First Corinthians 6:9-11. I'm sure, like, what's wrong? What's
He like, that ain't what I'm
that ain't
reading.
yeah. I mean, that's good because it go along with what we saying, but
Right.
that ain't. And I'm sitting here looking at it, but I'm telling you to read 1 Corinthians 5 while I'm looking at 1 Corinthians 6. That's crazy.
Hallelujah, but it's lining up.
Yes, sir. All right, so 1 Corinthians 6:9-11, Hebrew, my bad.
And it reads,
Yeah.
know ye not that the unrighteous shall not inherit the kingdom of God?
Uh-huh.
Be not deceived, neither fornicators, nor idolaters, nor adulterers, nor effeminate, nor abusers of themselves with mankind,
Uh-huh.
nor themselves, nor covetous, nor drunkards, nor revelers,
Uh-huh.
nor extortioners shall inherit the kingdom of God.
Verse 11.
And such were some of you.
All right, so boom. You see what he said? Look at the list he named off at first. He said some of y'all was fornicators, some of y'all was adulterers, idolaters, and some of y'all was some feminine men.
Feminine men, yeah.
But look, they got their act together. So let's say, well, young lion, I'm a young Shebrew. I lost my virginity early. Shebrew. We have new life in the Messiah. Get on your good foot. Stay on your good foot. Don't return back to your lust. All praises. Well, brother, I've been running through women since I was 13. Well, brother, we have new life in Christ. Get yourself together. Don't return back to your lust. I'm happy you turned your life around. Just keep at it. Because Paul talking to some former fornicators. He talking to some former 65 men. He like, look, some of y'all was this.
And what they got to understand is that we just read that when you turn from these things in this type of world, you make yourself a prey.
A prey.
So you got to be ready for the battle.
Yep.
You got to be ready to remain, turn from this sin.
That's right. That's right. That's right. This is what I wanted right here. I knew I was tweaking. Yeah, go ahead.
It says, but you are washed, but you are sanctified, but you are justified in the name of the Lord Jesus by the Spirit of our God.
All right, that was it.
That was it.
Let's go to Jude. Let's go to Jude. It's only one chapter. And right here, what we about to look at right here, we're about to see how the scripture again, back to what we were saying about fornication. Right here is about to call sodomy fornication. We're just about to look at that real quick. You know what I'm saying? Look, we know we made mistakes, you know what I'm saying, and then got out there and started having sex when we was young because we didn't have this growing up. We had people that would tell us right from wrong, but this is the true right from wrong right here. You know what I'm saying? This true discretion right here. A lot of us just didn't have that growing up. So we got out here, everything, a lot of stuff was just trial and error for a lot of us.
And it's because we didn't take in all the accountability of all the things that our parents were telling us.
Yeah.
And we didn't look inside these instructions and really take it to heart.
Right. Because these the instructions they're gonna get you where you need to be. Like, yeah, they might have told us right from wrong. Look, they told us how to handle ourselves out in the world, but we weren't given the commandments growing up. Mm-hmm. We weren't given this type of talk about the birds and the bees growing up. You know what I'm saying? So let's get into it. Jude chapter 1, only one chapter. Read verse 7. Just read verse 7.
And it reads, even as Sodom and Gomorrah and the cities about them, in like manner, giving themselves over to fornication and going after strange flesh, are set for an example, suffering the vengeance of eternal fire.
Hebrew, can you hold that strange? Let the people see that strange.
What you say?
That strange flesh.
Okay, yeah.
Come over there and see what the people see what that is.
All right, strange flesh. Let's look at that. It says, let's look at this first right here. Okay. The KJV translates this word in the following manner: another flesh. Other flesh.
So it got to be an opposite of what you got.
Right. Look at this. Other thing.
Mm-hmm.
Some next day miscellaneous is miscellaneous 7 times. Outline of biblical uses. The other, another, other to number. Ooh, now let's skip down to B. That's what we want right there.
Mm-hmm.
To quality, another. One not of the same nature, form, class, kind, or different.
Ooh, daggers.
The Strong's definition, uncertain affinity, other or different. Altered flesh.
Yeah, so you being a man, want a man, that ain't normal in the eyes of the Most High. That's an altered mind state. What is altered? What's another word for altered? Reprobate.
Reprobate.
Go back to that Romans 1, right?
Yeah.
And right there, they tell you don't go after the other people that's not formed like y'all.
Look, man, he said, man, that is an abomination. That's strange to want a man want to be with a man.
Yeah.
A woman want to be. That's strange flesh.
Yeah.
That's strange to want that
Mm-hmm.
in the eye of God. But you got all the sisters in the church now.
Man, in the choir directors.
Come on behind the pulpit now.
Yeah.
They gonna keep 1,000. You got a lot of them buttocks burglars. They behind the pulpit. They want to change the Bible, want to read from a different Bible because they don't want to deal with that. You got a lot of them jokers, man, that they having a special laying on the hand, sir. All men.
The what they call, you know how they call the woman, the first lady.
Yeah. Shoulder. He the first man.
Yeah.
Married to another man. And he's standing behind the pulpit. This is where we at now. This is where we at these days.
Where we at, Corey? This where we at.
Boy.
This where we at. Altar sounds like it goes in the sex changer. Yes, it does.
It does.
That's where my mind went, Hebrew.
Mine too.
I'm
Where
like,
you got
altar.
a man used to be a woman, and now he with somebody who didn't change themselves to be the opposite.
Man, look. That's definitely altered flesh.
Altar.
Definitely.
You hear that? Altar.
Look, Sister Francesca, was it pun intended? We talking about these Babylonian women. She said to Sister Tennis, facts. They need them lashes and press on. Lashes, press on. No pun intended. It's just a little jokey joke right there. I peeped that in the comments and I couldn't deny it. I couldn't deny myself on that one.
And that's the gal, man. You gotta dress up as something you ain't even in. You ain't even looking like it.
Okay, let's go to Testament of Reuben, y'all. No, Testament of Benjamin first. Let's do that. Testament of Benjamin. No pun intended, sis.
Where you at?
Pseudo 1, volume 1, and I'm on page. We're gonna start at chapter 6, so I'm on page 826. 826. We creeping up on 3 hours, but we ain't got.
All good.
You know what I'm saying? We gotta get through this, man. We gotta get through this. Cause we still gotta read the article. We still gotta watch the video. You know what I'm saying?
Man, bro.
Sister Sean Banks said her kid was gonna make sure they were tuned in. So she got her young.
Okay. All praise.
And I'm talking about that Testament of Benjamin.
Yes, sir.
Bro.
Yes, sir.
You got to go through there in my club, boy.
We finna go.
We finna read that when I was in my team. We finna
read chapter 6, 8, and 9. You know what? We need to read that 7, man. That 7 is major. Peep at that 7 while you gonna trip out when you read that. It's and what it's doing is going through the different stages of moral corruption all the way up until the point where you become a reprobate.
Oh, yeah,
we're gonna read that. We're gonna read that. All right, let me change the screen. I know y'all like, okay, get this out the screen, y'all. You're doing too much talking. All right, where we at? Testament of Benjamin. We can't pull this one up, y'all. So y'all just gonna have to bear with us. Okay, Young Prince. Well, see, Young Prince, he already know. He know you, bro. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. Okay, boom. Let's get it. Y'all know y'all in for a 15-round fight then.
Hey, Iron Man.
All right, Testament of Benjamin. This is in the Pseudo volume 1, page 826. Pick it up in chapter 6. Read verses 1 through 4 in chapter 6, Hebrew.
And it reads,
Yeah.
the deliberations of the good man
Volume 1, sis. Go ahead.
are not in the control of the deceitful spirit, Belial. For the angel of peace guides his life.
You see that? It says the deliberations. What is that, young lion? The careful movements and thoughts of a man. That's your deliberation. So the thoughts of a good man are not in control of the deceitful spirit. Belial, for the angel of peace guides his life. Go ahead.
For he does not look with passionate longing at corruptible things.
You young men, that's all that porn you like to watch. All that porn you like to watch. It says, for he does not look with passionate longing at corruptible things. Did you know that when you watch porn, you commit fornication? Did you not know the word for fornication when you look it up in the Greek is porneia? All they doing is recording people committing fornication. So what you doing when you watch it?
All kinds of fornication.
Go ahead, Hebrew.
It says, nor does he accumulate wealth out of love for pleasure.
Yeah.
He does not find delight in pleasure, nor does he grieve his neighbor, nor does he stuff himself with delicacy.
Yeah.
Nor is he led astray by visual excitement.
That's what happened when you watch porn, don't it?
Yeah.
And he said, all these, a good man don't do none of this. Good man don't do none of this. He not led away by the visual excitement by his eyes, and he does not look with passionate longing at corruptible things. Finish that, Hebrew.
The Lord is his lot.
Yeah.
The good set of mind does not receive glory or dishonor from men, nor does it know deceit or lying.
That was it. Skip down to chapter 7. Read this now. Now, if you wanna, even after all this, some young people gonna go out there and still say, "The hell with all that."
You would just look for the judge.
I'm still gonna do what I want to do. Young lion can't tell me who to sock it to.
Right. That's what they gonna say.
That's what they gonna say.
It's their prerogative. Huh?
Yeah.
I bought it, Brown.
We ain't done yet though. Like, we still got some stuff to put on your mind. But this right here heavy. Because you go into that lust if you want to and get ate up with that lust. If you've been doing it, you somewhere at right here. You at one of these 7 stages of corruption. You need to check yourself. If you know you've been out here doing wrong, you need to sit back and say, dang, which one am I? Because when you get to 7, bro, it's complete desolation. Ain't no coming back. We finna read it. Go ahead, Hebrew.
Give him page.
This is chapter 7, 827. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So I tell you, my children, flee from the evil of Belial, because he offers a sword to those who obey him.
Now look, when you sin, you strike a deal with Satan. That's the only reason he's offering you anything. Now y'all business partners. You see, he gives you a sword. Go ahead.
And the sword is the mother of 7 evils.
So he give you a sword with 7 edges on it.
It's 7 evils.
Go ahead, Hebrew.
It receives them through Belial. The first is moral corruption.
All right, so first they start breaking the commandments. This how it started.
No morality.
Slowly pulling away from the commandments. They moral corruption.
So they had a foundation.
Yeah.
Now the foundation starting to corrupt.
It's starting to corrupt. What's the second one, Hebrew?
The second one, it says, the second is destruction.
It's the whatever the lust it start destroying everything around marriage, children, job, can't
family structure.
Yeah, you can't keep no money in your pocket because y'all were trying to pay to get some.
Right. Running down to the peep show.
You see that? The moral corruption. You first start keeping the commandment, now you're down here on the
mark. Down on the mark.
Yeah. Go ahead, Hebrew.
It's hard.
It loves looking for love.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Boy, the third is oppression.
Now the people that's not close to you, you causing harm to everything around you now.
They oppressed.
running them up. The women you running through, lying to them to sleep with them, oppression. And there's something else that, and you brothers wonder why them child support people be tearing your mouth out. It's because the scripture gave us a warning that a lot of our young brothers don't. We don't think about it like this. When the scriptures say, "Don't do the fatherless wrong," that's what it means. Most of our women are what?
Father.
And what we doing to them? And he said, when they cry out, what's gonna happen? So when we run through these women and leave them high and dry with babies and they cry out, what happened? He turn you over to these crackers. It's gonna happen every time.
Boy, cause he hear them when they crying out.
Yes, sir.
He got to drop the hammer.
Go ahead, Hebrew. So now you stop keeping the commandment. Then you start destroying everything close around you. Then you just oppressing everybody that you run across now. Go ahead, Hebrew.
The fourth is captivity.
Now you in complete full slavery of whatever that lust is or whatever got you.
And incarcerated.
Let's look at it from that perspective.
And you incarcerated. You down on the mall because you done went down a rabbit hole. You didn't know you were talking to an undercover detective. Now you got that on your jacket.
Now public shame. Now
yeah.
Bruce going to the gas station, get some coffee, and look at the Just Busted. You right there, soliciting prostitutes. Young lion.
Ooh.
Come on now.
He on the mug. They on the mug side trying to hide. No, ain't no hide.
They gonna make sure they get a good picture on Just Busted. You gonna get a clear shot on Just Busted.
Man, look. Just Busted, your face be right there on the front page.
Yes. Ain't no hide.
Look, I guarantee you, every time you go get a Just Busted, you gonna see somebody in there you know.
Man, I done seen some of my old family members in there. Walking around and see my family members right there.
You gonna see somebody you know that Just Busted, boy.
I mean, I stand in line and be flipping.
Yeah. All right, so now it was the first moral corruption, the second is destruction, the third is oppression, the fourth is captivity, the fifth is what?
The fifth is want.
Now you're lacking. You ain't got nothing.
And you already got
the Most High slowly taking away from you. Slowly take. See, look, you almost up out of here. You on the fifth stage.
Look, and then you in want, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can't go to work because they took your driver license because you didn't pay your child support, but you can't get to work. Now what you gonna do? Now guess what?
And you ain't got no money.
You ain't got no money, so they put you right back in jail.
So do.
Now the cycle continues.
Yeah. Now you in jail.
Ain't got nowhere to stay. Bills, lights turned off.
Man, credit going bad.
Man, they took your money, license and everything.
Dang.
Then when your income tax come around, they snatch that.
Oh, they taking income tax?
Yeah, they take income tax.
Yeah.
They snatch that.
The whole thing.
Depending
on how far you behind.
They snatching that.
You won't see none of it.
They snatching that.
All the
time. They snatch the income tax shit.
That sounds like that'll be some relief they at least give you. I throw you this ball once a year.
You gonna use your income tax check to get your license back, but they take the income tax shit.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh man.
So y'all just keep running through the dollars as I got.
Since you ain't never heard of the Just Busted newspaper, they sell it at the gas station. Go to the gas station early in the morning. They be sitting right there on the counter. I promise you. They be sitting right there on the counter, sis, Just Busted. Or just ask the dude or whoever behind it. You got Just Busted paper.
It's free, ain't it?
Yeah.
It's free, yeah, it's free.
Yeah. Yep.
I know I seen my family members on Just Busted.
Man, I done seen so many classmates and co-workers in that joint. All right, so we on want. All right, let's go to the sixth one. Hebrew, what the sixth one say?
The sixth is turmoil.
All hell breaking loose now. Bodily ailments, STDs,
going and coming and going.
Going and coming, coming and going.
You know what I'm saying? That thing said turmoil, bro. Mental turmoil.
That's unresting. That's never ceasing, man.
It ain't nothing like when your mind is disarray.
Yeah.
You can't even formulate a plan to try to help yourself get out of it.
Okay.
You can't pray. You know what I'm saying? Because sin make cowards out of me. When you got that mental turmoil, man, you can't get right.
You can't do nothing.
That's what we call can't get right.
Yeah.
I don't care what you do, you can't get right.
Yeah. Just like if you familiar with old Ben Simmons that played for the Knicks. When he left Philadelphia, his whole team publicly threw him under the bus and that messed his mind up.
Right.
He ain't been right since. He ain't been right since.
Man in turmoil.
Can't get back on the court.
Can't get right. What we used to call can't get right.
First round draft pick, got all this talent, all-star player, but his mind messed up.
Yep.
Man is terrible.
Yup. That 7 one. Read that 7 one.
The 7 is desolation.
Hey, that thing, you didn't let it destroy. You didn't let it destroy you now.
Complete utter destruction. Desolation means ain't no coming back.
Ain't no coming back.
Cause he said, "Hey, Jerusalem gonna be desolate." Didn't he?
Yeah.
He said, "Ain't gonna be one stone left upon."
Yeah.
That's total tear down.
Yeah. It's the same thing as perdition.
Yeah.
The same thing with that Judas. It said Judas entered in perdition.
So did, bro.
I mean, it's no turning back for you.
It's over with.
So if you in some lust and you let it ride you for too long, it ain't no turning back at some point.
Right there,
Ain't no turn. Keep reading. Finish that on out, though, Hebrew.
It is for the reason that Cain was handed over by God for 7 punishments. For in every 100th year, the Lord brought upon him one plague.
He said every 100 years, the Lord brought upon him one plague.
Come on now.
Go ahead, Hebrew.
When he was 200 years old, suffering began. And in his 900th year, he was deprived of life.
Yeah, desolation.
Go ahead.
For he was condemned on account of Abel, his brother, as result of all his evil deeds. But Lamech was condemned by 70 times 7.
Yeah.
Until eternity. Those who are like Cain in their moral corruption.
In their what?
In their moral corruption and hatred of brothers.
Come on now.
Shall be punished with similar judgment.
Now, what about that envy now?
Yeah.
What about that hate, that jealousy now?
You need to check and see where you at in these 7 steps.
Woo. See, we know the story of Cain, but he just put in a different light on that thing.
So did.
What about that envy and jealousy now that lead to that moral corruption? Did he say sin ain't gonna reign over you?
Yep.
Man, this right here, you gonna be utterly destroyed. And he got what? He gonna slow death.
So this what was waiting at the door?
He gonna slow death.
Woo!
He ain't gonna kill you right. He gonna slow death.
He said every 100 years he put some on that boy.
So every 10 years within that 70 years that he promised you,
woo!
He gonna slow death you, man.
Woo!
He gonna slow death you, man.
Ooh wee. Ooh wee. Chapter 8, Hebrew. It's getting good now.
Hold on, bro.
That was too much for you.
Because all I keep hearing is what he said to Cain was, if you do good,
thank you.
Would you not be accepted?
Thank you.
But if you do wickedly or bad, what wait at the door?
Sin lied at the door.
And then he said, bro,
that's heavy. That's heavy. So you want to go on in that lust if you want to, young Shivu, young Hebrew.
Please, I hope you have a different perspective to look at this through.
It's a sword with 7 edges waiting on thou. On the other side. Go ahead. Chapter 8.
And it reads,
yeah.
But you, my children, run from evil, corruption, and hatred of brothers. Cling to goodness and love. For the person with a mind that is pure with love does not look on a woman for the purpose of having sexual relations.
You see that? So when you see our women, don't just think, yeah, man, I'm finna smash that. That's not how our men, that's not how the ancient righteous men looked at women of Israel. That ain't how we looked at women of Israel. It's just sex objects.
That's
right, go ahead.
Babylon tell you to look at them too.
That's how Babylon tell you to look at them. Go ahead.
He has no pollution in his heart. Because upon him is resting the spirit of Yah. For just as the sun is unpolluted, though it touches dung and slime, but dries up both and dries off the bad odor. So also the pure mind, so involved with the corruptions of earth, edifies instead, and is not itself corrupt.
All right, chapter 9. Read but in chapter 9, Hebrew, read verses 1 and 2.
1 and 2.
Yeah, just read verses 1 and 2.
It says, from the words of Enoch the righteous, I tell you that you will be sexually promiscuous.
You will be what?
You will be sexually promiscuous.
Go ahead.
Like the promiscuity of the Sodomites.
Ooh.
And will perish, with few exceptions. You shall resume your actions with loose women.
What?
You shall resume your actions with loose women.
He said, hey, y'all gonna be promiscuous like the Sodomites. And he said, you shall resume your actions with loose women. Letting you know that the women in the latter times
are gonna be loose.
Let's look at what promiscuous means. You know what I'm saying? Let's see how. I know I need to blow that up just a little bit. I want y'all to see this big and bold. Y'all see that? It should be looking at you right there in the face. Promiscuous. Look at that. It says having or characterized by many transient sexual relationships.
Body count.
Demonstrating or implying undiscriminating or unselective approach. Indiscriminate or casual. So in other words, casual sex. We finna talk about this.
Main thing Babylon promoting that.
Casual sex.
Yeah.
We finna talk about it though. We finna talk about it. You finished that Hebrew? That chapter 9? That 1 through 2?
I believe so. Where you wanted me to stop?
Because
I stopped at loose women of the kingdom.
Where it says stop at forthwith.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, but didn't they have a song out Promiscuous Girl?
Promiscuous Girl. Nelly Retardo. Really Nelly Furtado. But we call her Nelly Retardo and Timberland.
Yeah, that's what girl name.
Yeah.
See how they just come out. That's not bad, like a bullet now.
Yeah.
When you ain't in this truth.
But
it's opening up portals though.
Because you be saying they be right.
And then
it's a catchy song now. It's a catchy song. Y'all know that song Promiscuous Girl. Promiscuous girl, you teasing me.
See how they doing?
You know what I
See how they making our daughters. You see they program them.
Chant. Yeah, I ain't nothing but chants over beats.
Yep, that's all.
Yeah.
Boy, it's cold.
Yeah, you finished that.
It says, you shall resume your actions with loose women, and the kingdom of the Lord will not be among you, for he will take it away forthwith.
All right, let's go. I want to do this testament of ruling. Let me see. Let's see. I flipped the page. Let's see what I want to do. Testament of ruling. I need to hit this, but it's going. I want to get to these. I want to get to these articles and this. Let's get to these articles, man, and we had to come back to this testament of ruling. All right, I'm finna pull up an article real quick. Let's pull up a video first. Let's pull up a video, and if YouTube flags this because we using YouTube video, oh well.
It's all right. We gonna be all right.
Oh well. All right. Now, the title of this video is called Racism, Eugenics, and Hatred. The truth behind Planned Parenthood founder Margaret Sanger. All right, so this is about Planned Parenthood. We all know, that came with abortions and all that.
Aimed toward the Hebrew Israelites.
And then this is my thing, right? A lot of people want to make the claim, well, it started off like that and now it's just to help. Okay, how? How does it help women? You know what I'm saying?
You can't bring nothing clean out.
I was just about to say that. It's just like when you take these so-called holidays. They didn't repaint them here in 2022 to be something else. But we know when we trace them back to the origin, it's some sick.
Right.
It's the same thing with this Planned Parenthood. It ain't never been nothing good to come up out of this. And over the years, what you've seen is they done tried to repaint the history of this woman, repaint the history of Planned Parenthood to make it seem like it's helping.
Under the guise of giving woman right back to her body.
Right. But see, they weren't trying to repaint nothing when we was leading in the numbers of abortion. But see, now it done boomeranged on their ass.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a little Missy now.
Yeah.
Leading the numbers down there going to get the abortions now.
And with everything. The fentanyl, everything. It's boomerang back on.
And now they want to repaint the narrative on what Planned Parenthood was.
Yeah.
I bet you do.
But ain't none of Planned Parenthood abortion clinics in their neighborhood.
So, like,
Ain't in their neighborhood.
The blood banks ain't in their neighborhood.
how you turn this volume up on this laptop? Is it all
video?
Which later became Planned Parenthood, Margaret Sanger was no doubt a controversial figure with disturbing views on eugenics,
Can y'all hear
race,
that, family?
and population control. While some argue she even wanted to exterminate the black race, others are trying to erase that part of her past.
The Mike Wallace interview. In the eyes of some, Margaret Sanger has been a heroine. In the eyes of others, she's been a destructive force.
In her own words, Sanger pushed for a society that limited births to those she deemed fit to have children.
I think the greatest sin in the world is bringing children into the world that have disease from their parents, that have no chance in the world to be a human being, practically. Delinquents, prisoners, all sorts of things just marked when they're born.
In 1916, Sanger opened the country's first birth control clinic. As a member of the American Eugenics Society, she advocated improving the genetic composition of humans through controlled reproduction of different races and classes. She often wrote about the issue in the journal she founded, called the Birth Control Review. In 1919, writing,
I personally believe in the sterilization of the feeble-minded, the insane, and the syphilitic.
Okay,
The most
let's stop it
urgent
right
problem
there.
today is how to limit.
Okay, she talking in code. We know
Right.
we know who you talking about.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you seen the picture on the thing when they
Yeah.
was on.
Right.
We know who you talking about.
You seen the little black boy sitting up there eating that water with
Yeah.
them rags on.
Yeah.
Say he's gonna be marked from birth to be a criminal scoundrel.
The
or
most
whatever.
syphilitic. Now
Who do they inject with syphilis? Who do they inject with syphilis?
Come on now.
And why you 3/5 of a human?
Yeah, you
Because
consider
you're feeble-minded.
Yeah. So we all know who you talking about, you heathen.
Limit and
Stop
discourage
talking in
the
code.
overfertility of the mentally and physically defective.
many point to a 1923 New York Times interview as proof of Sanger's racist motives, in which she referred to people as weeds, saying,
It means the release and cultivation of the better racial elements in our society and the gradual suppression, elimination, and eventual extirpation of defective stocks, those human weeds which threaten the blooming of the finest flowers of American civilization.
Hayden
All right,
Ludwig,
so
an investigative.
now that we all know who she talking about, we didn't
Right.
establish that point. You see what
Yeah.
she called you?
Human weed.
Human weeds. This is the woman who created Planned Parenthood.
Right. Came up with the prophylactic and the birth control people.
Yeah.
This is who she is.
Mm.
To keep you human weeds from reproducing.
Mm.
You most syphilitic people.
That's what she said.
Feeble mind.
That's what she said.
Can't even think
Look
of
at
that.
this butt talking about.
researcher, has extensively studied Sanger's life and writings.
She talked about the need for race betterment through controlling these weeds, basically undesirable people.
In 1939, after opening another clinic in Harlem, the birth control activists launched the Negro
Harlem.
Yeah,
Project,
okay.
an initiative supported by black leaders, such as
Oh, wait a
minute.
minute. W.E.B. Du Bois supported this heathen.
Yeah. Bootlicker.
Bootleg.
So just like we always seen, the crackers come out with a regimen. They get the spiritual leaders on board. Our spiritual leaders on board. They look at them.
W. This the same joker that did in Marcus Garvey.
Yep.
But they put him up in Black history like he's somebody good.
Yeah, like
So do.
right.
So do.
You're a sellout.
He got the bootlicker mustache though. Look at him.
Now turned up.
Who you think he is, Frenchie?
Man, I don't know who you
Critics
think he
claim
is.
the program used a pretense of better health and family planning
W.E.
for poor blacks in the
bootlicker.
South
Yeah.
as an attempt to limit the black race. Ludwig says some on the left grapple with Sanger's past and how to interpret her legacy.
They know when she writes about human weeds, they
Is she
know that
related to
it's
Bill Gates?
repulsive. They know it's disgusting. The left will never abandon Margaret Sanger. because if they do, she's the foundation of so many of their views.
Sanger once shared her vision for a preferred race at a women's branch of the Ku Klux Klan, writing in her autobiography,
Always, to me, any aroused group was a good group.
despite those views, liberals praised Sanger's work while ignoring her history.
I admire Margaret Sanger enormously. Her courage, her tenacity, her vision. I am really in awe of her.
Ryan Baumberger, founder of the
You know who
Radiance
said that, though?
Foundation, says abortion
Hillary
proponents
Clinton.
work
Yeah,
to
Hillary
clean
Clinton
up
said
Sanger's
that.
past and what she stood for.
They have to reinvent her every time they talk about her in order to justify their celebration of her.
Former Planned Parenthood director Abby Johnson says those inside the abortion industry are trained to overlook Sanger's racist views.
They give you an answer like, well, I mean, yes, Margaret Sanger was a racist, but everybody was a racist back then. You accept it because she is your hero. And she has to be your hero. You cannot question Planned Parenthood.
In 1997, Stephen Mosher of the Population Research Institute wrote about the push to repackage Margaret Sanger in the Wall Street Journal.
The reason I call it the repackaging of Margaret Sanger is because after the Nazi regime destroyed the legitimacy of eugenics forever, they then went back and said, oh, she was just an early feminist. She was just an early supporter of family planning. No, she wasn't. No, she was a supporter of giving IQ tests to people. She was in favor of using those IQ tests to determine who should be sterilized and who should have children.
In a response,
So now this
titled
heathen
The
is God.
Demonization of Margaret
She
Sanger,
owns the
Alexander
souls
Sanger,
of men.
her grandson and president of Planned Parenthood at the time, called Mosher's editorial unfair. In the same piece, Esther Katz, director of NYU's Margaret Sanger Papers Project, claimed evidence revealing Sanger did not rationalize her support for birth control on racist grounds, that she never advocated genocidal policies aimed at racial, ethnic, or religious groups, and that she, in fact, believed access to birth control would benefit, not eliminate minority
They keep
populations.
listening. They gonna
Katz
put it
turned down
online.
our
Keep listening.
request for an interview. Although in this article, the editor as public authority interpreting Margaret Sanger, she wrote, by our current highly sensitized standards, some of her attitudes and statements can be construed as racist, elitist, ethnocentric, and not politically correct. In 1942, Margaret Sanger's American Birth Control League became Planned Parenthood, which has moved to fulfill its founders' goals, helped greatly by the Supreme Court decision in Roe v. Wade.
Under the veil of secrecy and deception, 60+ million babies have not been born because they were aborted legally since '73. 1/3 of that population belong to the African American community.
A frightening and telling number, given blacks make up only 13% of the U.S. population. Dan Gaynor of the Media Research Center says that Sanger's true mission remains alive and well throughout today's abortion industry.
Look at the maps. See where the abortion facilities are. They are near places where people are marginalized, people are poor, people are...
And then let's keep in mind that this is, you got heathens on here speaking against this wicked heathen.
That's right.
That's why I put this video up here. They saying that her plan to exterminate human weeds, the syphilitic, low IQ, high diseased people.
How can a race that barely make up 20% of the population be 1/3 of the babies that's killed?
You still want to run your little narrow butt down there to get an abortion?
But I'll go back to it.
That's their Generation after generation, we have built a better world for our daughters.
Because of
You see
allies
that?
in the media,
They got Mary J. Blige up there.
Gaynor also points out how speech from conservatives and others about Sanger's past, Planned Parenthood practices, and abortion is often classified as hate speech.
There's nothing as close to a sacrament in the media as abortion. It is.
And see, this is what I want y'all to recognize. Look at how hard they going about abortions, but ain't nobody going hard telling these young people to keep their damn legs closed.
Keep their zippers zipped.
Why y'all ain't holding up signs about that?
Because they go against Babylon. Molech, sacrificing your children, is part of Babylon. Promiscuity is part of Babylon. Killing is part of Babylon.
Man, look.
And that's how you show that you damn.
Is a holy writ that abortion is protected. And anybody who comes out against it, any organization, any business, anybody, the media swarm.
So does social media.
Facebook's new oversight board, and this is really concerning, has 4 co-chairs. And they're going to be the appeals board for content. Well, one of the 4 oversight board is on the board of an pro-abortion group. There's no pro-lifers. They're not there.
The problem also exists on many college campuses.
I remember at Harvard, they laughed when I was talking about the history of eugenics. And they said, that doesn't matter. Planned Parenthood is not like it was during Margaret Sanger's days.
Those who oppose her views say not true and are committed to exposing her past for future generations. Charlene Aaron, CBN News.
Well, keep in mind this is a serious matter. You're trying to revise history to suit a political agenda and suit a political argument. The source of that story, curiously, is a group called NewsGuard, and what they're self-appointed watchdogs of news organizations, and obviously coming from the left. CBN News had published a series of articles on Ivy King and had quoted her accurately, saying that Margaret Sanger thought that black people were human weeds. Well, he came at us for that and saying you can't quote her accurately. You always have to put a disclaimer that there's no evidence that Margaret Sanger ever used the term human weeds. And he, in turn, quoted Esther Katz, who said that she had reviewed all of Margaret Sanger's papers and couldn't find any evidence that she ever used the term human weeds. Well, she knows full well about that New York Times article. What she was saying is, well, within her papers, it's not there. But within the public record, it is there. And so there's a conscious effort to rewrite history and declare her some kind of hero that we should all look up to and ignore the root of Planned Parenthood, which is quite clearly eugenics. Now, you go back to the title of that New York Times article, and it says, creating a race of thoroughbreds. So it's selective breeding. That's what this is all about. And within that selective breeding, you have to breed out what you think is undesirable. Well, in today's world, that is morally reprehensible. And you can't change that history, and you shouldn't even try to change that history. I don't understand this, but here at CBN News, we want to set the record.
All right, that's enough. I'm sick of looking at these here.
Yes.
Let's get this up.
You see the plot thickens, though, don't you?
Yep. So, hey, ring your tail down there if you want to. You doing that heathen's work.
Yep.
You're doing the devil's work. And when you look at birth control in the scriptures, it's 3 examples that I can name off the top of my head, birth control, and they all always been wicked. You got Exodus. Pharaoh gave a mandate of birth control. All the male children throw them in the ocean.
That's right. Gave a bait.
Before the flood came. Matter of fact, let's go there. Let's read that one. Let's read that one.
They was talking about
Yep.
the women keep their bearings and
Yep.
and all that.
Facts. That's Jasher chapter 2. That's Jasher chapter 2. Yep. Bill Gates is a eugenics.
He's some kid, old girl.
He is?
Yeah, he's some kind of distant relative of Margaret Sanger.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
You got Jasher.
I got it right here. Verse 20 right there.
All right. And it reads,
And this hold on, this Jasher chapter 3, y'all, verse this Jasher what, chapter 2. This Jasher chapter 2, verse 20 through 22. Go ahead.
It says, and some of the sons of men caused their wives to drink a drought that would render them barren, in order that they might retain their figures, and whereby their beautiful appearance might not fade. And when the sons of men caused their wives to drink, Zillah drank with them.
Okay, see, that's wicked.
Right, that's wickedness.
That's wicked. So you got this heathen right here. You got the situation in Exodus where they was throwing our sons in the river. Then you got this right here, men causing their women to drink a drop so that they could become barren.
So they wouldn't lose their figure.
That's basically what you would tell. Hey, go get your tools tied.
That's what they doing now.
So they already.
That's basically what you doing.
They don't have no baby because they won't lose their shape.
Yeah. Let's go look at it again. I mean, let's go see. Okay, where did this woman get this inspiration from then?
You know what you got.
Let's go to 1 Enoch chapter 69. At some point in her life, this demon whispered in her ear, just like it did the daughters of men. And hey, she was inspired. Wickedly inspired. 1 Enoch chapter 69, Hebrew, verse 12. And we on page, this is at the pseudo volume 1, page 48. Verse 12, where it says the fifth is named.
And it reads, the fifth is not.
Hold on, I'm gonna flip this. When you read the title to this chapter in 1 Enoch and the pseudo, it says the names and misdeeds of the fallen angels. So this chapter is going through the names of the fallen angels and everything they came and taught the daughters of men. All right, go ahead.
The fifth is named Cassidia. It is he who revealed to the children of the people the flagellation.
Yeah, the whipping, all that whips, 50 Shades of Grey. Guess where all that came from?
Really?
All that they call it BDSM.
Yeah, masochism, something like that.
I don't know what it is.
Dominatrix and
all that.
Yeah.
Demon talk came through the earth and taught that. Flagellations, that's whips, right?
Yeah. Man. What?
What are you fucking crazy?
Boy.
Go ahead.
It taught the children of the people flagellations of all evil. It says the flagellation of the souls and the demons. The smashing of the embryo in the womb so that it may be crushed.
So why would you run down and go do that? Why would you run the Planned Parenthood to go do that? The only reason you would is because you listened to this seducing spirit.
Right.
That's where it came. That's where the knowledge of it came from. So now that we know that the knowledge of abortion come from the fallen angels, it's nothing good that you can pull out of that years later. It's nothing good you can pull out of this years later.
And this was talking about demons.
And why we going so hard on this? Because it ties in all what we've been saying. This is one of the consequences to having casual sex, to sleeping in a sinful bed and not the marriage bed.
That's right, brother.
You young brothers, you know what you gonna get. If you just want to go out there and run them up, you're gonna get the crazy type that stalk you, that slash your tires, key your car, come destroy all your stuff, come kill you, do harm to your children because she can't physically harm you.
Take you to court,
take all your money.
Make sure you unprosperous the rest of your life.
Yes, sir. If you want to go run them up, go ahead. Unwanted pregnancies, both sides had to deal with that. That's a downside to having all this promiscuity. Unwanted pregnancies. Then now you're forced. I'm gonna have to sneak down here to Planned Parenthood.
Now you got a body.
Now you got murder on your hands. Because the first thing that forms in that baby is the heartbeat. So it's living. That's living.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of murders.
You see,
over 60 million.
Yeah.
You see, and all you had to do is just sit your little hot ass down somewhere.
Show some restraint, some willpower.
Bro, this yoke in your youth, like we read earlier. You want to run down the Planned Parenthood? How you been inspired by a demon then?
Mm-hmm.
Point blank, period. We ain't gonna read that other article because it's basically saying the same thing we watched in the video. We finna read this article that's called "The Disadvantages of Casual Sex" from a website called Baby You Trippin' Parental Advisory. This ain't a Hebrew who did this article, so he got a naked, topless heathen at the top of the screen. Just disregard. All right. So let's look at this article right here. Let's get this off here. Boy, that heathen in that big suit was putting on the line, wasn't it, at the end of that video?
Yeah.
Big
He
suit
said, how you
wearing
gonna say
heathen.
we can't quote something that she actually
gonna
stated?
speak up for Israel.
Yeah. Yeah.
He said, y'all gonna say we can't say she said it, but she actually verbally stated
Look,
it.
he said they can't duck them public records, their newspaper article.
That's part of the John Brown Brigade.
Yep. Mm-hmm. All right. So the title of this article, I don't want to scroll back up because that picture right there, and I know the short is looking. Mm-hmm. So the title of this article is "The Disadvantages of Casual Sex," and the name of this website is called BabyYouTrippin.com. Yes, BabyYouTrippin.com. So let's read this article, y'all. Let's read this article. It says, so you may have heard about or experienced the joys of not having no strings attached sex with the true definition of man, but as we both know, it is not without a cost. Mm-hmm. The reason is because casual sex is just casual sex, nothing more and nothing less than a temporary solution for the heart. Sleeping with someone doesn't mean they will start caring and blowing up your phone. It also doesn't mean all men want is sex either. That's why right now, right here, I'm going to share with you the core disadvantages of casual sex. Great sex is only a temporary solution for a lonely heart. I know, no one wants to be lonely, but casual sex with someone that you don't have an emotional connection with can actually do more harm than good in the long run. We've been saying that all day. The reason for this is because it's only a temporary solution that will pacify you for the moment, but not long term. Of course, it feels good and everything, but what happens when he's sleeping with someone else and you're alone again? What happens when you want to tell him about your day and he's more interested in your ass than what you have to say? How would that make you feel? Probably not too good. This is one of the pitfalls that many women have fallen into when they try to turn a casual encounter into a real relationship. And I'm here to tell you, as your big brother that has a 99.99, it don't have, it don't have a high success rate at all. When you start off throwing your drawers off, then try to slide your feelings up into it afterwards, don't never work. Don't never work. Don't ever work. Do not do that.
Yeah, because how can you win the race and then incorporate the sneakers and the jersey and the
right?
But you already done with the race. We done.
Yeah. Facts. All right. I hope y'all listening. Okay. Oh, let me go back. I'm tripping. Okay. It says, where I stopped it? Probably not too good. No. Did I stop right there? That's why I stopped right there. Okay. It just doesn't work. Okay. Yeah. Why would he buy the cow when he's getting the milk for free? Woof. Or why would he choose to be in a relationship with you when he has 3 other women that he's having casual sex with? You see where I'm going with this, right? Casual sex has its place. I'm here to tell you, no, it does not. But it is not something you want to base your entire love life around. Casual sex does not have a place in the life of an Israelite, y'all. Remember, this ain't a conscious Israelite writing this article, but there's some good gems in here. It says, just because he's sleeping with you doesn't mean he cares more. Let me tell you a little something about sex and men, LOL. There are plenty of guys out there who you may already have encountered who will say and do the sweetest things until they get what they want. They will be your best friend, your confidant. They will promise you the moon. But after they are over you, they gone. I'm sure you've heard the horror stories from some of your girlfriends about how she had this guy she used to hook up with that was just so amazing, and then he flipped the script on her. It didn't happen to some of y'all. Mm-hmm. Next thing you know, she's hating men all over again. You see that? See the trauma that bring? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. See the trauma. Now, just that one man did you wrong. Now you hate all men.
Right. Mm-hmm. Right. But you got to hold yourself accountable to something too, though.
You see that?
All these choices.
And this is what we trying to keep y'all from. Because when you get in your 30s and 40s, it's going to be so hard for you to settle it in your mind to be with somebody for over an extended period of time without going to.
They can't.
You ain't going to be able to, because this is what you did all through your 20s, right. All through your 30s.
You form that bad habit.
Now you get in your 40s and you getting tired of it. And you talking about settling down. Sir, ma'am.
No, nobody wants you.
With who?
You damaged. You use goods.
We pull up the Carfax to this Negro and he got.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, man. He got
5 different diseases on this Carfax.
15 kids.
15 kids, 10 baby mamas.
That boy
and 40 bodies.
150
and 40. That's on his Carfax. Then a woman then use her 20s to screw around, use her 30s to screw around, getting her 40. I'm ready to settle down now. They gonna have to come with it. He want me. For what? Whoa, hold on.
Charge me for what everybody else been getting free.
Whoa, man, this is a used car.
Right. Got 500,000 miles on it.
Man, I'm talking about this was
and you trying to
use rental
you
car.
Trying to charge me top price.
State to state.
Right, you trying to charge me showroom folk prices. And he got 500,000 miles.
Man, woman gonna have to come with it. Sir, this is a used car.
And you trying to say it ain't no depreciation.
Yeah. It depreciated when you pull it up a lot.
Yeah.
Now you done had 15, 20 owners.
Yeah.
14 collisions.
Yeah, 14 collisions. And you want me to pay top dollar for it. What do you do to that?
Come on, man. Come on.
You had 3 owners, but 14 different collisions, not with the same drive.
And what I tell y'all when the lesson starts. Don't nothing get better the more you use it.
Right. Con, that was my real. She said, vagina stretched out and shaped like a bad roast beef sandwich.
That's a visual for you,
look
right
like there. A bad soggy roast beef sandwich, and you want me to come pay top dollar for it.
Boy, you said them beef curtains, boy.
Yeah, old beef curtains. I'm stopping.
Yeah. All right, let's get back to it. All right, it says, next thing you know, she's hating all men over again and crying her eyes out to you. It's a sad reality that too many people face, but you don't have to go down the same road. If you're going to choose to have casual sex with this guy or that girl, or even that girl, wait, never mind. Right. Just remember that the moments you share in the moment, and after that you go back to reality. Think about that. He said, okay, now here it is. The risk for STDs is greater. No one likes talking about the pink elephant in the room, but I am going to. When you have casual sex with multiple people or even just one person, the risk for infection is greater than being in a monogamous relationship. Numbers don't lie. Mm-mm. This is a fact that can rear its ugly head up from time to time and knock people flat on their ass. Think about it. When you have sex with someone, you are exposing yourself to everyone they've ever had sex with, and vice versa. So if you only had sex with 5 people and they slept with 35, how many people do you think you're in bed with?
And who won't even think about something like that when you're finna go lay with somebody? Boy.
Think about taking a bath in the tub that 100 men just came and took a bath in.
Yeah.
Think about that. It says, now don't be too alarmed, but take note. Or think about a bath 100 women that took.
Yeah,
Yeah, but you know men to run it up. So I say about 200.
That's terrible, boy.
I know men that can't even remember the names of some of the women they done slept with.
Women too.
Yeah.
They don't even know their last name, don't know their mama name. They don't even know. They only they know their street name. That's Pookie now. That's great rate.
Man.
I slept with Ice Cold G.
Man. Don't even know their name.
Don't even know their name, bro. And then want to know why these spirits is on you. You don't know who this joker could have been practicing witchcraft. You slept with him.
And I'm gonna tell you something else too, you brothers that's married, that's sleeping with other women out of wedlock. I'm gonna tell you how dangerous that is, because your situation could be straight at home.
Yeah, man.
And then you go out and sleep with this woman.
You psycho drunk.
And then you go and sleep with your wife the next day.
Yeah.
You just took whatever was in that woman.
See.
And then brought it back to your wife.
And now you wonder why your wife acting crazy.
And when they constantly equating, I was just gonna say,
you sneaking and geeking it because ain't nobody.
We ain't touching on is the fact that, man, a lot of times they equate the attitudes, the behavior to a spiritual entity influencing a person.
Yes.
So you just brought back all this and traumatized your spouse.
Yes.
With what? Man, boy.
Yes, you didn't bought your spouse back a sexually transmitted demon.
What?
Huh? And now she walking around here crazy. But you sneaking and geeking it because ain't nobody caught you yet.
Right.
You think ain't nothing happening.
Right.
In the spiritual realm, something always happens. Remember that.
You think it's just like when they slip a Mickey to somebody and they go and they come out, they be crazy.
They be messed up, bro.
I'm talking about walking around years. You see, like that person ain't never been the same.
Yeah.
And you did this to your household.
Yeah. Boy, let's read this part. It says, so if you only had sex with 5 people and they slept with 35, how many people do you think you're in bed with? Mm-hmm. Don't be too alarmed, but take note. If you're going to play with these kind of numbers, you want to make sure you're making the safest bet possible. And boy, what's safer than abstinence? What's safer than nothing? You ain't susceptible to no STD, to no unwanted pregnancy, to no crazy MF. None of it.
No soul tie.
None of it, bro.
They don't want to teach that.
So don't. Man, just go get a condom.
And see, that's why we got to go back to our culture.
Mm-hmm.
Keep our girls locked up.
Yeah.
Not locked up, but I'm saying.
Right. Keep them in.
Keep them away from society, man.
Yeah.
They go to school. They bring your butt back home.
Yeah.
I need to know where you at. You ain't promise us. Hey, we don't even promise our children to other Hebrew Israelites.
Yeah.
Like we used to. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy, man. Then we think, oh, that's the old way. That's old antique stuff. But then now look where we at.
But you go to the eastern part of the world, they still doing it. And it's still working.
It's still working, man.
This just over here in the West. It ain't the old time. Look, you go to the East, they still doing arranged marriages. They still keeping their daughters put up.
That's it.
So it ain't the old time. It's just this Western world we in.
Babylonian mentality.
Man, that's it. When you compare it to the Babylon, it looks old. It ain't modern.
Shit, you got Arab women now dressing seductively and twerking.
Mm-hmm. So it's spreading like a cancer.
Yeah. Let's keep going. You are plus. I ain't gonna even read this part because we don't advocate no condoms, none of that. Look, if you ain't married, if it ain't the marriage bed, you shouldn't be doing it.
You shouldn't.
Period. That's the stance we taking. It says you are not a cyborg. You will catch feelings at some point. Try as you may, but if you've been having sex with him for several months, you have feelings. And likewise, you got feelings too, little Negro. Mm-hmm. It says, and that's perfectly normal because you're human. You're not some cyborg walking around emotionless and operating solely on command prompts. You are a living, breathing human ready to give and receive love and affection.
Come on, man.
The fact that you've been having sex with him for this long is definitely a testament to your need to feel wanted and appreciated.
Yep. That's for these women, man.
Mm-hmm.
Because the way they wired, emotionally, the way they wired. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
These women, man, they have to have the book. He put it on. Mm-hmm. Your desire should be toward your husband. He shall rule over you. You wired to feel that.
Yeah. Yeah.
To want that, to need that.
Yeah.
So don't be trying to play no game.
All right, I'm gonna get through this. I want to get through the rest of the script. But yeah, look this article up. You know,
give him the hyperlink. You got the hyperlink.
Yeah, I could put it in the. I'm gonna copy and paste it in the. What's the name? I'm finna copy and paste this article, y'all, in the Chizzy.
You need to do that Margaret Stanley done too.
I bet.
I share that by itself on the page.
Paste. All right, so that article is in there. Okay, yeah, it's in there. So let's get back to these scripts, though. Let's get back to the scripts, man. Let's go to Deuteronomy 22. We almost up out of here. We got this, Deuteronomy 22, Hebrews 13:4, Romans 14:7-9, the Wisdom of Solomon chapter 4, and that'll be it. Let's do this Deuteronomy 22. I hope somebody been getting some understanding today. If y'all been getting some understanding, put some sevens up in the chat. What'd I say? Deuteronomy 22?
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me pull my blue letter back up. We're going to pick this up at verse 13 now. Deuteronomy 22, verse 13. All right. When you get it, go ahead, Hebrew.
All right. Verse 13. In the read.
Yeah.
If any man take a wife and go in unto her and hate her and give occasions of speech against her and bring up an evil name upon her and say, I took this woman, and when I came to her, I found her not a maid.
You see that? See, the only reason the Negro would do something like this is because he marries you just to have consistent sex.
Mm-hmm.
And now he bringing up an occasion against you just to try to get up out of the situation. That's all he wanted. You got a lot of men that want to be husbands but don't want to be married.
Mm-hmm.
And you got a lot of women that want to be married but don't want to be wives.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It go both ways. But go ahead, Hebrew. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Then shall the father of the damsel and her mother take and bring forth the tokens of her damsel's virginity.
See, this is what we need to get back to. Fathers being involved.
Come on now.
But you know what the children gonna tell the parents in Babylon today? Who I sleep with is my business. That's my business.
I can't read that. I can't, and if I can't read it, I ain't gonna receive it. I ain't gonna believe it. Until you bring me something I can read out of this book, then we done talk.
Yeah. This my business. See the father right there, and see this. I want you young brothers to realize when we read this Deuteronomy 22, it wasn't just no going into no woman and throwing her to the side.
Mm-hmm. You got the brakes be off you for that.
Yeah, we finna read it. Mm-hmm. Look how the law held the men accountable when they went into women. Right?
Can I say something before you start reading it? Go ahead. See, we got to understand, brothers and sisters, and I know this ain't going to sit with it, but I got to say it because the scriptures that you finna read. Mm-hmm. See, y'all got to understand, brothers, about the accountability piece. And the reason why you have to understand about the accountability piece, I know the sisters ain't going to like this, because the sister was at a disadvantage. Mm-hmm. Because guess what? The sister depended on the man to take care of her. Yep. The sister depended on the man to leave an inheritance for her children. The sister depended on the man to show her the ways of the Most High. Mm-hmm. So you just couldn't go into these women and throw them away.
Right. Right.
You can't do that, brother.
Because she was your possession.
She was your possession, and she was the one who the Most High chose to bring a godly seed into this world.
That's a fact. We read earlier, a godly wife brings an inheritance to her husband.
That's what I'm saying, man. He that findeth the wife find a good thing and obtaineth favor of your house.
That's a fact. Why you think you had to give her father a dowry?
Thank you.
Because look at what are you taking from his household.
You taking a worker. Number one, taking a worker from his household.
Yes. Right.
We reform.
Yes.
Right. Number two, you may do this woman wrong and bring her shame and bring a child back in my house, bro. Now I gotta take care of all this.
Exactly.
So, bro, Y'all gotta understand something. Y'all got to pay with y'all weight. These women is nothing to be toyed with. And sisters, y'all gotta understand, these men that y'all choose that ain't in this walk of life, they gonna bring you some headaches and damage.
So is. Go ahead, Hebrew.
Verse
All
16.
praises for that word.
All praise.
Hallelujah.
Yeah.
And the damsel's father shall say unto the elders, I gave my daughter unto this man to wife, and he hated her. And lo,
Man, it
he
sound
had
like that
given.
dad want to beat the brakes off that dude.
Man,
go ahead.
And he had given an occasion of speech against her, saying, I found her not thy daughter a maid, and yet these are the tokens of my daughter's virginity.
You see that? It's blood on the sheet. That was the tokens of the virginity. And back then, our women valued their virginity. Our society as a whole value our young women's virginity. And that's why I tell my young sisters, as long as you don't, y'all ain't engaged, betrothed, and you ain't slept with that man, the ball is in your court. The moment you sense some foolishness, get up out of there.
Get out of there.
Hit the ground running.
Get up out of there. And as your father, I can still do something if you ain't done that yet.
And can disannul any vow that you may have
That's
made.
right. But y'all got to stay responsible and put them iron drawers on.
Yeah.
Keep it locked.
See, you tie daddy hands when you
Ain't nothing he can do after you made your decision and you threw your legs up there now.
And then he just did this. Baby girl,
you shouldn't even been in the car with.
Baby girl, that's your husband. Y'all gonna have to work that out. I mean, daddy can't. What the no man can put that asunder.
I can't put that asunder. The only vow I can disallow is before you make that covenant. Before that blood is spilled. You understand? See, now you can't disallow no blood covenant, bro.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? When he busted that hymen, it's over with for me. Yeah. Other than him putting his hands on me. You understand what I'm saying? I'm hands off, man.
Yeah. Sister Tennis got a question.
What you say?
She says, there was a question in Bible study. What if a woman is a virgin and the man was unable? They still had intercourse.
Yeah.
They know. Whoever was in the room having intercourse, they know. They know. And a lot of times,
semen speed.
Yeah, that's still blood. That's blood. And a lot of times, you know what I'm saying, a lot of girls when they young, they get into sports. A lot of times they turn their hymen like that. So a lot of times it ain't gonna be no blood. But that don't mean she not a virgin.
Right.
Because they can turn, doing sports and all that other stuff. So yeah, that's all that is. It's still gonna be blood after they finish.
Yep. Totally.
It's still gonna be blood after they finish.
The eyes of the Lord is in every place.
10 times brighter than the sun. It could be pitch black dog in their room.
Come on now.
Pitch black dog. Go ahead, Hebrew.
I was just gonna say you can see the difference between when we had morals, how much more trustworthy, and the behaviors were more trustworthy. Like your father said, man, I brought you this and showed you the virginity. Like, man, look. That's because the daughter, he had, like the father and the daughter had a better relationship. It was more open. He could trust his daughter because he knew what he already put in place. And she honored his commandments.
What verse you stop at?
I stopped at the top of 17.
Yeah, go ahead. Let me scroll down there. I'm behind. Go ahead.
It says, and lo, he have given occasion of speech against her, saying, I found thy daughter a maid, not a maid. And yet these are the tokens of my daughter's virginity, and they shall spread the cloths before the elders of the city. And the elders of that city.
It's everybody's business now.
See how you put everybody in your business?
See that? It's everybody's business now.
Elders, the parents,
the whole city.
The elders up. Hey, man.
Now they looking at the sheet y'all was doing it on in the bedroom. The whole city looking
at it. So all that privatized love making, where is it?
Right.
When you come up with accusations.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Man, y'all been recognized. Hey, but these are the ways of our people.
And they finna have to answer for
these are our ancient ways, bro.
Yep.
These are our ancient ways. We need to get back to them.
Facts.
And look how covered the daughter is. Because he can't just make no unbased accusations.
Yeah, so it wasn't none of that what you see what men do to women today. This ain't I slept, I smashed that. Oh boy, the elders was on your head back then.
What? Mm-hmm.
The elders was on your head. Go ahead.
And the elders of that city shall take that man and chastise him.
Chastise, that means beat.
Beat. Yeah.
So you got beat for trying to smash and pass.
Yeah, no,
hit and quit. The hit and quit, you got beat for that back in the day.
And see, that's why I tell the young brother, like you were saying, you got to respect the elders.
Yeah.
But see, to respect the elders, we got to give y'all something to respect.
Mm-hmm.
We ain't got to be judges, man.
Yeah.
And when these type of situations come up, hey, man, we got to be forthwith and forthright with everything that's going on.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Go ahead.
And they shall immerse him in 100 shekels of silver.
And then you got fined. So you got beat, then you got fined, then you know that woman was loving it when you got back to the house.
Yeah. You couldn't do that too.
Publicly now.
She like,
you gonna try to leave me?
Yeah. Them elders beat the brakes off you, didn't it, boy?
Hey, in today's term, it's like getting that done live.
Yep.
Hey,
we went live and did.
Yeah.
Look, basically for her, cause she of a certain tribe, it's all the uncles beating the brakes off of him.
Man, beating up.
It's the same thing. When the sister was, hey, all the uncles come over there and cam a new.
Ready. Yep. Hallelujah.
Yep. You sitting up there swollen like Martin.
Yeah. Boy, and still gotta go to work.
Still gotta go to work. And then look.
He was trying to put his wife away. Beat the brakes off dudes, man. You go to work 2 weeks, your lip and eyes swollen up.
Eyes swole, black, swole up.
Yeah. Then you gotta go home and look at that woman every day.
Yeah, she's just sitting there.
And she just sitting there look.
She chilling. Yeah, she big chilling on. Big chilling. She ain't worried about nothing. Like, yeah, nigga, I bet you gonna do that again.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Hebrew. Go ahead, Hebrew.
It says, and give them unto the father of the damsel, because he hath brought up an evil name upon a virgin of Israel.
Yeah, that's right.
And she shall be his wife.
Mm-hmm.
He may not put her away all the days of his life.
And the reason being, because you was less likely to try to make that woman look silly again after something like that.
That's right.
After you got beat by the whole city, was found out to be a lie in front of the elders and the judges in the whole city. Then you got taxed 100 shekels, bro, of silver.
Yeah. Right, that's money.
Yeah. And then look, the other women in the city know you can't be trusted, so you can't slide up on them anyway.
Right.
Because you're going to try to do me the same way.
Right.
So your reputation is...
That nigga insecure. He try to come up you talking about polygyny. He insecure.
So you ain't going to take no other wife.
Yeah.
Because he allowed.
Yeah.
He'll try to get you shamed.
Yeah.
Try to get my head, throw rocks over in my head.
They gonna buzz her head, man.
Keep that one wife you got. I'm cool.
Yeah. All right, now let's look at the flip side, verse 20, Hebrew.
But if this thing be true, and the tokens of virginity be not found for the damsel.
I'm going to say this. A lot of our young sisters, if this was in the times of these times,
tell it, bro. Tell it.
If you got married and your tokens of virginity was not found, oh my.
It's a bad time.
Oh my. Some of y'all look at times and changed.
Yeah.
Man.
But don't be out here still doing the same thing now.
Right.
Because you can get some spiritual rocks thrown at your head.
That's a fact. We just read them 7 steps.
Yeah. Yeah. You may not get no physical rocks thrown at your head nowadays.
But every 10 years.
He gonna put something on you, and get what? From mental to spiritual. Licks gonna hit you. Financial licks can hit you.
Won't. That was one of the steps.
So
yeah,
just cause they can't take you outside the city, you little young girl, and throw rocks at your head because you ain't no virgin. Most high, he can hit you all the time at your head.
That's
and in your life came out.
That's a fact. Go ahead, Hebrew.
It says, then they shall bring out the damsel to the door of her father's house.
Ooh.
And the men of her city shall stone her with stones that she died.
All the men of excuse me.
So it ain't gonna be no light rocks.
No, because see, and then he said all the men, because see, if it was the women, they be like, y'all take it easy. Yeah. It said all the men come out.
Yeah.
Because see, the women gonna be trying to throw it past her head.
Find little rocks.
Hit her.
They're gonna be sympathetic to her.
Yeah.
But see, he said, man, you got to drive evil
up out of there. Yeah.
So, yeah, you're going to get publicly humiliated, then you're going to get publicly executed. And guess what? The Most High putting a whole lot of folks on Front Street. You get, I see a whole lot of sisters now getting publicly humiliated.
Surely.
Then I see them players come on.
Yep.
Now you get publicly executed. And then you wonder why what's really going on. See, y'all think this stuff because we ain't over the lane. But see, the Most High got a way to tag your butt up.
So do.
He gonna publicly humiliate you. Then he gonna start taking you down.
Go ahead, Hebrew.
Because she had wrought folly in Israel to play the whore in her father's house.
So when you squander your virginity, that's called playing folly in Israel. That is called playing folly in Israel. That's what that's called.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So shalt thou put evil away from among you. And if a man be found lying with a woman married to an husband, then they shall both of them die.
Yep, that's
both the man that lay with the woman and the woman. So shalt thou put away evil from Israel.
Yes, sir. All
right, go ahead, Hebrew.
If a damsel that is a virgin be betrothed into her husband,
or engaged, and we would call it nowadays, we engaged, right? So you got this whole vibration going around Babylon where you single until you're married. You see that? You single until you're married. You see anything that just keeps screwing.
Yeah.
Let's see what the scriptures say about it. Now, they ain't married, but they engaged, right? Okay, go ahead.
It says, and a man find her in the city and lie with her, then ye shall bring them both out unto the gate of that city, and ye shall stone them with stones that they die.
Okay, so when you engage, it's just you basically only thing you ain't done yet is consummated.
But you belong to somebody.
But you belong to somebody. It's still looked at as adultery.
Yeah. So you go out on bachelor night, brother.
Yeah.
Or you go out on bachelorette night, sister.
Yeah.
That you ain't supposed to be doing really anyway.
Right.
But you go out and have you one last fling.
Ooh wee.
Before I get this old ball and chain on.
Woo!
What you done done?
Wickedness. Adultery.
Well, you made 3 hours before you get married, man. You didn't have your party.
Just stay single, bro.
Bring the strippers out.
Just stay in the world. Just stay in the world.
She'll give you a lap dance when you get married. This is wicked. The sister's doing it too now.
Yeah.
See, Joe come out with big muscle bound, Joe with the bow tie come out. Next thing you know, the back door closed. Now you going in your wedding unclean.
The Chippendale stripper.
Yeah. Chocolate Thunder. Mr. Seymour Butt.
He walk up in the room like he a police officer. Yeah, there's been a disturbance.
Yeah, this is Officer Seymour Butt. Boy, we something else right there.
That's our Martin right there. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
It says, the damsel because she cried not.
Yeah.
Being in the city, and the man because he have humbled his neighbor's wife.
Yeah.
So thou shalt put away evil from among you.
All right, so by her not crying out, that means she had a promiscuous spirit on her. She was, even though she was engaged, she seen another man come and she was down with it. See, that promiscuity got her stoned. Go ahead.
Verse 25. It said, but if a man find a betrothed damsel in the field, and the man force her and lie with her, then the man only that lay with her shall die.
So you want to take something, do you?
Right.
We threw bricks upside Negro's head for that.
That's it.
Hey, you might get some hot lead up in you. You do one of ours like that.
Yeah.
Just being real.
They're still gravel and rocks.
Right, look.
We still take jokers down in the woods of Mississippi, tie them to a tree and put honey on them, and let the coyotes and bears have their way. That's what we doing around here.
Yeah, that raping, partner. Go ahead.
It says, but unto the damsel thou shalt do nothing. There is in the damsel no sin worthy of death. For as when a man arises against his neighbor and slayeth him, even so is this matter.
All right, so go ahead.
For he found her in the field, and the betrothed damsel cried, and there was none to save her.
Mm-hmm.
If a man find a damsel that is a virgin, which is not betrothed, and lay hold on her, and lie with her, and they be found.
Okay, now see, and this is the situation a lot of us, even in the truth, find ourselves in. It's a lot of situations like this. You in the truth, you meet somebody in the truth, but y'all jumped the gun.
Right.
Y'all consummated. You know what I'm saying?
No one burned the house.
Yeah, y'all both got plans on. Right. You know what I'm saying? But y'all just jumped the gun. Mm-hmm. Y'all got to stick with it. Now, you in the door now.
Ain't no turning back on that.
Ain't no turning back on that. So even if y'all jump the gun, before the betrothal and the public ceremony, y'all just go ahead and consummate it. Okay, well, it's a case for you too. Go ahead.
It says,
yeah.
Then the man that lie with her shall give unto the damsel's father 50 shekels of silver.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And she shall be his wife, because he have humbled her.
That's right.
He may not put her away all his days.
Hey, you ain't inquired of her talk or nothing. You may have slept with a woman that's gonna drag you up a wall. You didn't hold this woman, didn't know she was a talker, a belligerent wife. You didn't know she was all that.
You didn't inquire her talk.
Yeah, you didn't inquire her talk. So guess what? He said, talking to this woman is a hand.
Man, look here.
He said, you rather dwell on the rooftop than in the house with a contentious woman. Mm-hmm. But see, you ran off because she had wide rear end and everything and took it. Yeah, now you stuck with this woman. Mm-hmm. What you gonna do with it?
I want to read something, and we ain't gotta go there. But I just want to. This for my young brothers right here. I want to read something. We ain't gotta go there. It's gonna be real quick. This is from the Testament of Judah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and this is when he talking about how he fell through his lust. Look at pay attention to how the Lord punished him, and he punished the men of Judah the same way today. Check this out. It's chapter 13, Testament of Judah. Yes, and now, my children, I command you, give heed to Judah your father, and keep my words, and so to perform all the Lord's just decrees, and to obey the commands of God. Do not pursue evil impelled by your lust, by the ignorance of your heart, and do not boast the exploits and strength of your youth, because this too is evil in the Lord's sight. Since I have boasted at doing the war, not even a beautifully formed woman's face would entice me. And I had scolded Reuben, my brother, concerning Bilhah, my father's wife. The spirit of envy and promiscuity plotted against me until I lay with Anan, the Canaanite woman, and with Tamar, who was pledged to marry my son. But since he was, it says, for I said to my father-in-law, I will confer with my father, and then I will take your daughter. But since he was unwilling to delay, he showed me a measureless mass of gold, which was in his daughter's name. He decked her in gold and pearls and made her pour out wine for us in the feast. The wine perverted my eyesight. Pleasure darkened my heart. I longed for her and lay with her. Thus I transgressed the Lord's command and that of my father when I took her as my wife. Peep this. And the Lord repaid me according to the rashness of my soul, because I had no delight in her children. See that? That's what we were talking about. Unwanted pregnancies of women you just looking at as a piece of meat.
Now you gotta understand that those children, that was his son's daughter he slept with, man.
Yeah.
After they couldn't produce it, they were pulling out and dying.
Mm-hmm. So when you sit up here and have sex with women that you really don't like, that's how the Lord punish you.
Yep. You be chilled about somebody
you don't even like the children. Like, I can't believe I did this. I got to deal with this for 18 years plus years now.
And then if you do children, man, you know what the scripture say about that.
So hey.
And then it wasn't even no approved bed.
So when it was a sinful bed, wasn't it?
Yep. So then he should have got them unfruitful kids.
Yes, sir. That was it, Hebrew. What verse you at? 28?
Yep.
You finished 28?
Yep, I found 28.
All right, let's move on to the next second to last spot.
I was actually in 30. We had just got to read 29.
That's good on that. Okay. We got 2 more spots. Romans 14, 7 through 9, then Wisdom of Solomon 4, 1 through 9.
Read that for Romans 14.
We got 2 more spots. And then the Testament of Reuben, chapters 2 through 6. We kind of skipped that because it was going to, take a lot of time to go through all that. So Reuben, chapters 2 through 6, y'all. Write that down. Yeah, write them down. But this Romans 14, verses 7 through 9, and we got one more spot after this. We almost done.
Romans 14.
Put it up for the people.
7 through 9.
All right, go ahead, Hebrew.
And it reads, "For none of us liveth to himself.
Yeah.
And no man dieth to himself. For whether we live unto the Lord. And whether we die unto the Lord."
Yeah, so this is my body. I'm pro-choice. No, it's not.
The Lord's body.
The only choice, and look, you got a choice, but you really ain't got no choice.
Really?
You can choose between good and evil. I mean, but is evil really a choice at the end of the day? It don't do nothing for you when you leave this earth under the sun.
That's right. It ain't no benefit to you.
And it's to your detriment in the world to come.
Right.
Go ahead, Hebrew.
It says, what was it?
We are little sis, we in Romans chapter 14, verses 7 through 9.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, go ahead. Little Charles, come in. Little Charles, hey, you know me, Hebrew. Come on now. Go ahead.
For to this end Christ both died and rose and revived, that he might be Lord both of the dead and living.
Hallelujah. That was it, verse 9.
That was 9, yeah.
Let's go to Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 4, verses 1 through 9. It's the last spot. It's the last spot. What time is it?
Yo, almost 5.
Ooh.
But hey, it's been a quick 5 though.
Yeah. Hey, it really has.
It's been a quick 4 hours.
Yeah. This was a great lesson.
It was a quick 4 hours. It was very interactive and everything.
All praises.
I can go home and sit down with the kids and watch this joint again.
Yeah, all praises, man. Free will, at least to me, doesn't exist. Think about it. It's either the Most High's ways or death. I mean, that's a good way to look at it, but the scripture do tell you man has free will. We just used it for evil. You know what I'm saying? But like we said, it don't benefit you to do evil. So, hey.
And see, the whole thing is you're supposed to be willing and happy and joyous to serve the Lord. So he don't want you to not choose him because he just didn't put you another choice out there.
Facts. Let me share this screen so y'all can read along with us. Read along this last place. I know y'all like, yes, this nigga finna shut up. Verse 1. Go ahead, 1 through 9, Hebrew.
In chapter 4.
Let's finish it strong. Yes, sir.
Better it is to have no children and to have virtue.
Yeah.
For the memorial thereof is immortal, because it is known with God and with me.
Now look, that ain't talking about having no children, you having sex, but you just being careful. Now, that's talking about having no children because you ain't married and you know that the marriage bed is the only bed that's honorable in the eyes of the Most High. Right? Go ahead.
When it is present, men take example at it, and when it is gone, they desire it. It worry for crown and triumph forever, having gotten the victory, striving for undefiled reward.
That's right.
But the multiplying brood of the ungodly shall not thrive, nor take deep rooting from bastard lips, nor lie any fast foundation. For though they flourish in branches for at a time, yet standing not fast, they shall be shaken with the wind, and through the force of the wind they shall be rooted out. The imperfect branches shall be broken off, their fruit unprofitable, not right to eat, yea, meat for nothing.
Verse 6, boy, read that.
For children begotten of unlawful beds are witnesses of wickedness against their parents in their tribe.
Oh, we go ahead.
But through the righteous, but though the righteous be prevented with death, yet shall he be in rest.
Yeah, so you see the righteous people leave up out of here, and in our eyes sometimes seem like too soon. Hey, but they be in rest when they leave here. You righteous. Right. Go ahead.
For honorable age is not that which standeth in length of time.
You hear that, the youth, you young Hebrews and Shebrews? He said, for honorable age is not that which stand in length of time. Right? You ain't got to be up in age to be considered wise, to be considered to have wisdom. What's honorable age, Hebrew? Go ahead.
It says, not that it is measured by number of years. But wisdom is the gray hair unto men.
You see that? But this right here. Wisdom. This was gonna be gray hair unto men. Whether I don't care what age you is. And what's old age? Go ahead.
And it says, and an unspotted life is old age.
All praises to the Most High. That's the class, man. Yeah. Look, hey, that was the chop session. You know what I'm saying? The birds and the bees, according to the Bible. Abortions and fornication. Look, you young people, hey, it's time to get our stuff together, man. It's time to get our stuff together, bro. Because when I noticed, I started coming up in this thing, and I'm like, man, the Most High using me, he can punish me for going off at this young age too.
Right.
And that's what y'all need to know. If he can use you at this young age, he'll punish you for that. Because we ain't reading Deuteronomy where the boy had the Egyptian father and the Israelite and the Israelite mother. And because he was young into the laws and the statutes and the commandment like he was punished to the fullest extent of the law. That whole thing about waiting to 20, that's a myth. You can't even read that in the scripture. The Most High is not waiting to, when you become a man, when you can emit seed. When you become a woman, when you can now have a child, when you had that first cycle. Because you would look at your 13-year-old be like, oh, that's my baby. She had her first period. That's my baby.
She stopped being your baby.
She can go out there and have a child now.
Yep. Bring shame to your house.
Yeah.
Unwed, a bastard child.
Yeah. Just like that boy. That's my baby.
Into a whore.
Yeah, that's my baby.
Now you got people on record having babies at 9.
Yeah, you used to watch the Marvel show. Them young girls used to come on there pregnant at 13, 12, having sex at 12, having sex with grown men at 12. So look, man,
a lot of stuff too, man.
We need to get it together, these young people, and we need more young brothers in the age group of these young people stepping up. But the problem is you got so many young brothers in the truth still out here trying to run women.
So live.
Hey, it is what it is. Y'all got a choice to make. Y'all got some hard decisions to make.
That choices come rewards or consequences.
And then the crazy thing about this is I know I ain't saying nothing that your parents already ain't told you. It hit different when you hear it from somebody else, though. I know. But that's the lesson. You got some.
All I want to say was just laying back off what you're saying. It's more receivable when it comes from somebody outside of the household, because I've noticed the frustration of trying to deliver a message in the household, but when they hear it from somewhere else, it's like they come in talking to me like it's something new, and I'm like, but I just
like we always understand, man, familiarity breeds contempt. When they get so familiar with you, it's just like I said, it hit different when it comes from somebody else, and that's not a point. Should be a point of frustration, but it should still make you go harder in the paint. You know what I'm saying? And then they should make all of us want to go harder in the paint.
And then it also bring it like that we need each other. Right. We need to congregate. We need that help from other members of the body that ain't in our household.
Yeah. But hey, brothers and sisters, I'm I don't know, but brother, me and brother Abnon will get with everybody. Whether we're gonna be back in class next Shabbat, I know he'll let us know because I don't know right now whether we're gonna be in class next Shabbat. But I want to say this also, brothers, on the bear with me 1 second. On the 26th, we will have a brotherhood meeting on the 26th, which is a Sunday. All teachers and elders need to try to make that call.
Hallelujah.
We're gonna be doing the teaching schedule for July and August. But we also will be talking about some other things that we've already put on the table about the land and how we're going to be moving going forward. So very important, if you can, clear your schedules. If the 26th does not work for the majority of people, hit me up. And since most of everybody's off for the Shabbat, we'll do it after the Shabbat class, a couple of hours after the Shabbat class. Okay. But I want to have it on the Sunday, but if we can't have it on the Sunday, then we'll have it on that 25th. Say around, because just in case TJ, you ain't teaching on the 25th, is
I don't think I'm up no more.
Okay, so TJ teaching back, we're gonna have to have it on Sunday. We're gonna be going into dog by the time we get through.
I don't think I'm up no more this month.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right, but no, if the 25th will work better for everybody, then let me know.
Not last time.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
If the 25th, later on the 25th on the Shabbat will work better than the 26th. Please give me a consensus majority on that before the end. If not, okay, Brother Water just said, he said, we will be back in class next Shabbat, most high willing.
All right.
All right.
I would have loved to have been there for this class and just a discussion. You know what I'm saying? That it would have brought out, man.
The expressions on the people's faces. Man.
Yeah.
But so we will be back in class next week. And then like I said, we're gonna have a brotherhood call on the 26th. If the 26th doesn't work for the majority, because I want to try to get everybody who wants to read and teach on that call. I know we got some new people that want to teach and want to read. You need to be on that call on the 26th. If you cannot be on that call, you need to let me know.
ASAP.
We got a lot of teachers and readers now.
Yeah.
If you want to get in where you fit in,
it fill up quick too.
You know what I'm saying? The dates fill up. You know what I'm saying? So I need you to be on that call. I don't want nobody in their feelings saying, I ain't getting
I mean, but you know,
be on the call.
If y'all don't feel like reading, I'll be happy to take all y'all spots.
So be on that call. And if you can't be on the call, if 25th will work better for most people, let me know. All right. And then Amnon said, Young Lion, you need to do a part 2 for me.
Hey. Usually, man, when I get back to the house on Shabbats, I start jotting down for the next one. You know what I'm saying? Whatever is on my spirit, even if it ain't a class, it could just be thoughts and scriptures that go along with my thoughts. I just jot it down. Man, by the end of the week, the Ruach could be working on me, you know what I'm saying, all weekend, man.
All great.
That's how the lessons come together. You know what I'm saying?
That's how you got to do it, man. Yep. Led by the Ruach.
Yep.
So, so brothers, please, I'm going to say it one more time. If you want to teach, be on the teaching and reading schedule for the next 2 months, you got to be on that call. If you can't be on the call, you got to let me know what's going on. So we need to move the call. We can move the call, all right? But other than that, I'm going to turn it. Oh, I want to say, before we get up, Pentecost, that Pentecost weekend was a delight.
Yeah.
And
all praise.
Man, look, I'm gonna tell y'all, I don't know about y'all, but me and my son been talking. The Most High, I know the sister gave a revelation that the Most High gave her. It's already affected me in my walk and in my day-to-day life. We're gonna share it on the brotherhood call, what's going on, so everybody else can be on the same page. But hey, definitely want to tell y'all, man, enjoy the family coming down. We have people from Colorado, Texas, Indiana. Those people travel a mighty long way to be here in fellowship with the family. And just want to say, enjoy it, loving on, and having each one of y'all down here. So look forward to the Most High blessing, the work of your hands, the work in your households. And with that, I turn it back over to the group.
I ain't got nothing. I'm happy, you know what I'm saying, just to be here, man. I'm happy to be breathing. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? We prayed on Pentecost. Yes, sir. We prayed on Pentecost, man, that somebody experienced his Ruach, and bruh, You know what I'm saying? From the reports that I got, just from what I saw and heard, and just talking to the brothers, our prayers was definitely answered.
Yes, sir.
You know what I'm saying? Because some was revealed to a bunch of the brothers. You know what I'm saying? It was all on one accord. Like I know with me and my pop specifically, it was one area in particular. Like, yeah, we need to tighten up on this. The Ruach told you that, man. The Ruach told me that too. So, hey, it's time to get it. The brothers around here on no excuses, man.
That's it, bro.
No excuses. All the crying and the whining and you want your hand to be held, man. That's done with as far as the brothers.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We not holding hands no more. Like, if you've been around us long enough, you shouldn't need your hand held at this point. If you've been around, you shouldn't need your hand held at this point. If you in this group of brothers right here.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? Let's get on it, y'all. That's all I got. But Shabbat Shalom to all in the chat.
Shabbat Shalom to the family, man. Enjoy the rest of y'all Shabbat.
All right.